What if I were to suggest that you play a key role in the awakening world? And that you are watching this because you have heard the call. We can start right now by opening our hearts and minds. Welcome to the awakening world.
Good evening, everybody. I am Love Coach Scott Catamas, and welcome to the Awakening World, our Saturday night edition. You know, we do lots and lots of different topics. We've done over 500 shows since we started almost 4 years ago. And I always enjoy when we do shows about UFOs, also known now as UAPs, and our Galactic Family. And how could I possibly do a show on this topic without having the wonderful, my long-term friend, Alan Steinfeld, as my co-host? He is the guy who literally wrote the book on making contact. There it is.
There it is.
The book. If you really want to kind of drop in, he's got all the top leaders providing excerpts of what's really going on. And one of those people, really one of the great elders, one of the great living elders of our community, is sitting right next to him, JJ Hurtak. Welcome, JJ, to the Awakening World.
Thank you so much for having me aboard, and to all of those who are tuned into this very important topic.
Right. It's so JJ was at the first UFO conference, and now we're moving into a whole new time, Scott, where this is no longer kept behind closed doors. People are coming out about experiences. The government's coming out. So we are moving into some new realities here. And tonight's show is going to be about that.
Absolutely. And tonight we're going to hear from a number of people who have had powerful experiences, that have had the courage to share those experiences. And I want to acknowledge that probably everyone watching, including all of you watching on all the different Facebook groups and pages, have had some kind of an extraordinary experience. It might be a lucid dream experience. It might be an actual sighting of a UFO or an interdimensional, multidimensional experience. It's happening more and more. It's like a 100th monkey effect. And we're going to hear from several of the leaders in the field. And JJ, you had probably as powerful an experience as anyone I've ever heard. And I'm wondering if you'd be willing to get us off to a start by sharing the experience you had that led to the Keys of Enoch and your 50 years of providing wisdom to our community, to our global tribe.
Well, thank you for having me aboard. I'm very honored. As many of you may know, in 1973, as a young professor, teaching Eastern philosophy, speaking about avatars and what we say in the Sanskrit, Maha-avatars, beings of enormous intelligence and light, I realized I could not teach this subject without going behind the scenes or the mythology of higher intelligence. And so I tried various modalities of meditation. And when I combined the use of sacred mantras, specifically sacred expressions, with certain musical cues that I was working on as a young composer, I was able to, in a higher state of meditation, open up a morphogenic field where my body was surrounded by light, and I was bilocated into a higher dimension, from which I was taken into still higher dimensions. Having the opportunity to see briefly a little bit of the other side, this led me to put in writing my experience called the Book of Knowledge Keys of Enoch. I'm showing this on the screen here with the 7 rays of light representing the opening of the 7 seals or the chakras of the human body. This is basically a joyous cosmology, an ecumenical cosmology of how the peoples of the earth, through their various traditions, would come to the realization that we're not alone in the universe, that we're part of a great consciousness experience that will lead us to what I will call co-citizenship with the cosmic cultures of the universe.
I want you to just talk briefly about the being you met, Enoch, and what did he appear like? How did he feel to you?
Well, we're talking about those we would call the angelic, those we would call the ultra-terrestrial, not the extraterrestrial, but the ultra-terrestrial, those beings that exist in bodies of light or superluminal energy. And in that context of being bilocated into a area of seeing and these master beings of light, needless to say, I was overcome. Energy and information was put into me, which I then put into the keys as a code to bring people together. But what is important here, keys begin with the concept of the geometry of the pyramid over the nations of the world. In the first cosmogram or cosmic picture I'm playing the 2 right now is a multi-color capstone surrounded by an ancient scroll of knowledge. Until recent times, and just a few years ago, that we saw over the Pentagon, and what 10 years before over the Kremlin in Moscow, these large gargantuan pyramidal forms, which I believe is part of that greater language of communication to prepare ourselves for contact. But the date 2004 is mentioned. And of course, most of you know 2004 came and went, nothing special, except in 2017, the New York Times and members formed military film connected with the American Navy that showed fast-flying elusive objects coming out of the ocean, just as it said in 2000 from the Keys of Enoch. And so from the beginning, knowledge connecting the ancient cultures, the present cultures, with an ecumenical vision of how we must come to resolve our differences and grow up as humans.
Right. So it was 2004 that the initial, well, not the initial, but the modern reiteration of the UFO phenomena was seen by Navy ships, the Nimitz and the Princeton. And that's what was released to the New York Times on December 16th, 2017, to really start this next phase of disclosure. But we're really going to be talking about tonight is not so much government disclosure, but the personal experience. And JJ, anything else you want to share?
Well, I had the opportunity to work with astronaut Gordon Cooper, who was one of the pioneers in outer space, who told me he'd seen scores of spaceships when he was a test pilot over Germany in 1951. This led to a book by Sidney Sheldon, a science fiction book called The Doomsday Conspiracy. I've worked also in the training of Jaime Maussan, the famous Latin American journalist, to get a message out that we must put away our differences and rise beyond the political dialectic of those who want to make continual war into the realization that we're essentially spiritual beings in physical form in the quest for evolutionary advancements.
So I know you have to go to your own seminar tonight. So what does the future look like for human contact with the other beings?
I would say we have to go through this period of momentary ups and downs, playing out the old dialectics and the old political isms before we are mature enough really to take the quantum leap into the future. But eventually we will be, shall we say, blessed, what I believe is a new spirituality, a new science, that we are part of a greater or higher evolution. We are essentially spiritual beings in human form, experiencing life as we know it in the 3rd dimension, but we're going to go into the 5th dimension, I believe, within the quickening of this generation.
And this book that JJ was downloaded is a sort of initiation into these higher realms. So
thank you so much, Ellen. new film is coming out called Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, and I'm one of the scientists with my wife that will be highlighting some of these unusual forms of intelligence. So we must use a high degree of discretion, discernment, and understanding, going only with those who have higher love, higher light, and spiritual knowledge, I believe, if we're going to overcome the separations of humanity.
Yes, Scott.
Just want to direct everybody to a very important website, and it's thekeysofenoch.org. The keys, and it's just keysofenoch.org. Keys of Enoch, spelled ENOCH.org. There are so many extraordinary resources here that JJ and his partner Desiree have put together. Of course, we're always blessed to be with them in person. They've got some great things coming up. The Conscious Life Expo that a lot of the people you're going to meet tonight are a big part of. That's coming up in Los Angeles, February 9 to 12. Then their annual Easter conference in Phoenix, March 29 to March 31. So go to keysofenoch.org. That's also where you can find out about their books and all about their work in future science. What's beautiful about JJ is he really combines the scientific with the spiritual, which is what this time on our planet is all about. And it's always an honor to have you with us, JJ.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. The other thing I just want to add, in 1973, he wrote that book, Keys of Enoch. And in these last 10 years, he's adding the last keys. The first book was 54 keys. These last 10 years, he's releasing another key to make 64 keys. And the last one's coming out next year. But there's other books on the way. So JJ is prolific with his wife, Desiree, and they are a great inspiration to me. They're always working, Scott. They're pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
So that was a nice way to kick off the show, wasn't it?
That's a great way to start the show. We're going to go to Music with Omashar in a moment, and then to Geraldine Orozco. But I just want to welcome all of our friends that are watching on Facebook or on Conscious Awakening Network, on all the different broadcast partners. And I want to invite you to come and join the Global Peace Tribe. It's really easy to do that. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, like what's behind me, globalpeacetribe.com. That takes you to our website, and you can learn all about our shows, all about what we do, and register for the new season. Our new season just began in January. And what happens is when you register, you're going to get the links to all of our shows. We do 2 or 3 shows every week. So for example, here, of course, is tonight's show. And every show is with different themes, topics. We just celebrated Martin Luther King. We do a lot of shows that are very inspirational. We also provide a free meditation every night at 6:30 p.m. Here's the show that we just did last Wednesday night, a few days ago, which was very powerful. And of course, here's the show that we're doing right now about making contact and opening up to our galactic family. Come and join us right now. You'll get the Zoom room links. You can be in the Zoom room. We're going to go for at least another 2.5 hours tonight, talking with all of our amazing guests. And we've got a great group of people. You know, we went right into JJ, but I didn't get a chance to let you know we've got about a dozen different experiencers, researchers, all with us tonight. So it's a good night to come into the Zoom room, ask your questions. There's a lot of chat that goes on in the Zoom room. And then we're going to have a panel. The second half of the show is going to be a big panel conversation. And then we'll conclude the show with a KES group healing for everybody. And we have an especially powerful healer, Rosemary Swanson, working with us tonight. Now,
you know, Scott, I just want to say it would be great if people are in the Zoom room or watching to share your experience, because this is about coming out, being a part of this community. And if you've never shared it, share something, or if you're curious about it or had some weird, strange, inexplicable experience, everything's on the table. So I just wanted to put it out there.
Great suggestion. So we're about to go to our first song. For those of you who are new, we always do live music in every show. Omashar is our house musical artist. And so I want to invite everybody to either turn on their cameras and move and groove to the music, or do as Alan just suggested and put into the chat box your experience, an example of a powerful, magical experience you've had in your life. And I'm now going to turn it over to my beautiful, beloved brother, the one and only, our house musical artist, Omashar.
Namaste, everybody, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this show. I'm already feeling uplifted, and so let's just go right into this. I got to make sure all my ducks are in a row, and quack, quack, yes, they are. So here we go. Take off your disguise, show your starry eyes, open up your heart, be with me. Truly we're divine, let your spirit shine. I am one within you and I love you so, I love you so. Look at us now, waves of inspiration, filling our lives with boundless joy. We're speaking our truth, basking in the pure light. Show your starry eyes, open up your heart, be with me. Truly we're divine, let your spirit shine. I am one within you and I love you so, I love you so. Your spirit shine. I am one within you and I love you so, I love you so. Take off your disguise, show your starry eyes, open up your heart, dance with me. Truly we're divine, let your spirit shine. I am one within you and I love you so, I love you so. Take off your disguise, show your starry eyes, open up your heart and be with me. Truly we're divine, let your spirit shine. I am one within you and I love you so, I love you so.
Hey, let's go to gallery view and all twinkle Omashar. What a wonderful start to the show.
Yes.
And you know, that song, whenever I hear you playing that one, to me, it's like the great double entendre, because of course you're kind of speaking as the voice of the divine, but you know, Omashar, I experience that you also love everybody, and people do come and dance with you, my friend. And you're muted.
Sorry, I had myself muted. Yes, it was a double entendre. It is a double entendre. And yes, yes, yes. Love you, and I shall see you in a bit.
All right. We will have much more Omashar later on in the show. And next time, Omashar, I'm going to ask you to share your mystical experience. You're not going to get away. Everybody here tonight is sharing. I'll even share one of mine a little bit.
I will. Hold me to it.
Okay, I will. Hey, I am so excited that we've got Geraldine Orozco on our show. When Alan and I were talking about doing this, I said, first thing, I said, we've got to get Geraldine. She's been on the show a few times before, and I've had the good fortune to get to know her. And she's really quite an extraordinary being. She is a multidimensional being. She is a psychotherapist. And Geraldine, you have such a and you're on camera, by the way, now. Welcome.
I just want to say something about Geraldine too, Scott.
All right. Well, you go ahead, and then I'll fill in after you've shared what you want to say.
Oh, Geraldine was a kind of regular, ordinary person teaching meditation corporately, and then boom, one night she had the ultimate experience, being brought on top of, running onto a ship and seeing the bigger reality. At that moment, I think it was maybe 10 years ago, her whole life changed. She dedicated her life to the experience, the UFO ET contact experience, and she's come down, downloaded some amazing stuff about DNA, lineages, where the timeline split. It's fantastic what Geraldine has brought to this field. So I'm so happy you are here, Geraldine. Scott, what were you going to, yeah.
Well,
thank you so much.
I think you said really it perfectly. The only thing I want to add is that Geraldine has her personal experience of multidimensional reality, but she also has a wonderful ability to support people to work with their experience. You know, sometimes our experiences literally blow our minds. And sometimes after people have had big experiences, coming back to 3D reality can be challenging. And Geraldine is like the perfect guide to support people on their journey. And that's why I wanted you to be here, Geraldine, and maybe share a little bit about your experience, and also just what you're observing and how people are having more and more experiences and how to work with those experiences.
Yes, absolutely. Well, once again, thank you. It's such an honor to be here. And it is important that we have these conversations, because we certainly are going into a completely different era in which things are really truly changing from the inside out, to the atomic level out into the bigger picture, as we're entering into the ninth era now. This is the ninth era that we're entering into, and this is a representation of major transformation for humanity. For me, my personal contact experience has been happening since I was a child, but not having the language and the understanding, or even the support culturally, or even in the religious upbringing, to support my understanding of interdimensionality. And it wasn't until I had a very conscious contact experience, as a direct result of deprogramming my own DNA from my own collective trauma, ancestral trauma, my own trauma, that was coming up down the generations. And it was in that work, that deep internal work, that I discovered that there is something beyond these veils of the construct, which we call the holographic matrix, this system in which we all participate in co-creating. And it was at that point that I began to understand the level of multidimensionality that we are, and the incredibly profound importance of the levels of awakening that we're all going through as a human race. Really, our ability to wake up consciousness is much more than just being aware of certain things that are happening around us, but it's the embodiment and really the mastery of our life force that is aiding us in this new evolution of creating the new human, the very multidimensional human. And so we're kind of going through a learning curve right now where many of you are very intuitive, you have a lot of abilities, you're becoming aware, and we're kind of looking back at the old ancient practices, the ancient wisdoms that have been, taught, and unfortunately information that has been repressed and suppressed out of the mainstream, and for the reason of control, but also from our responsibility. Now we are coming into a moment of awakening consciousness and understanding the role that we play in the co-creation and in the choosing of collective timelines. And that really is from the inside out. Literally, your DNA is the most valuable currency in this multiverse, really, because it is the blueprint of co-creation, and it also functions like a portal that interconnects you to your star seed lineages, your ancestral earth lineages. It is the portal in which you interconnect to the greater vision of what you are. And so in my work, what I'm doing is assisting people in deprogramming any kind of collective trauma, the matrix programming, so that you can come into that core observer self. And what I discover by working with my clients is that when we enter into these states, activity begins to pick up, because the veil becomes very thin, and the importance of the cultivation of the higher faculties, the upper dantian, the integration of the middle and the lower dantians, the life force that we cultivate in the body, is absolutely important for us right now, because this is how we become sovereign. And if I may, the new human that we are developing now in this current timeline is the human that can heal the self, that is self-healing, that has mastery over their life force, that understands how to manifest and co-create, and that can use their intuition as a tool of discernment and navigation. And so this is what I assist people in doing. Of course, I'm a hypnotherapist, and I have a large international support group that we discuss these topics at great length and in as much depth as possible. So yeah, Scott.
What would you say to people that are wanting to have more multidimensional experiences, especially, honestly, without hallucinogenics? Obviously, there's a lot of psychedelic opportunities that people are using. Plant medicine is very big. But outside of that, somebody who's just in their own living room, in their own bedroom, wants to have an experience, what are some of the ways that you support people to open up to those experiences?
Yeah, so the training of our multidimensional body, first of all, the training of your regulated nervous system is actually number one. You regulate your nervous system because you are a bioelectrical, biochemical system. And so when you understand that you're constantly moving biochemical charges through your emotional body that take you out of balance, what you're going to experience is going to be a direct resonance to whatever core subconscious emotion you're holding in your body. This is extremely important. So, because what happens is that, of course, we have a choice here of either we are creators or we become parasites. And in this realm of the subtle realms of interdimensionality, our experiences absolutely depend 100% on the vibrational frequency that you're holding in your body. That means your emotions. So emotional mastery is the number one thing that you want to begin to work on, and absolute presence in the body, deep grounding in the physical body. Because the grounding of the body is what will help you anchor your experiences and also cultivate the higher faculties of discernment. Now, most people have experiences in their dream time. So for this reason, the training of lucidity in your dream time is extremely important. And this is something that has been trained by all of the ancient mystery schools in history, that when we walk in dream time, we are completely aware of the contractual agreements that we're making with these interactions of these interdimensional beings. And one of the things that I'm bringing to the table through my research is that in our DNA, we literally have encoded the families of ET species that we have within our own genetics. And most of us are experiencing contact based on those things as they become expressed, as we activate our DNA. And you activate your DNA by deprogramming your trauma, okay? Both immediate trauma, ancestral trauma, past lives, and then your interdimensional interactions, your relationship with the unknown. So this is kind of like the toolkit that we're learning how to master this physical vessel, because the discernment element, it means that you can discern how you're interacting. And so very important to come out of a fear state. And my final point is to train neutrality, come into the 0 point of non-judgment. And that is a regulated nervous system. And it takes some time to cultivate this. Once you enter into that 0 point, it's easy to navigate all dimensions, interact with these beings, and understand your participation, your role, and also what we are exchanging in these interdimensional realms, so that we can learn how to choose not only like selfishly or self-serving, but our interactions are actually for the collective. And a lot of contactees are experiencing that. So I would say those are the main core points I would suggest.
Geraldine,
That's great, Geraldine. That's fantastic, because we need to be prepared for this transformation that is coming up. So people like you, and there's 2 other people on the talk here who have experiencers groups. So coming together in community is really the way we're going to form the bigger community. Yeah, Scott, are you going to say something?
yeah, and thank you, Alan. Geraldine, you speak very eloquently about epigenetics. And could you just, I know we've done a whole show with you on epigenetics, but if you could give us just a few minutes about just helping people to understand how sometimes what we're working on is not just our own personal trauma, but it's actually our epigenetics, it's our ancestral work. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, excellent. Super important, because you see, what creates in your every moment is actually the subconscious mind. And so when our subconscious mind is running programs, very, very gentle, little subtle belief systems, everything from I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough, these little tiny subtle belief systems, these are actually what are creating a bioelectrical charge that infuse into the collective. And you become a signature, a vibrational signature of resonance that attracts you to manifesting the experiences with people, places, and things. Now, so that being said, the concept of epigenetics, meaning that your external is what is writing the protein writing DNA. Now let's talk about DNA. Only 2% of DNA writes this physical vessel. Okay. Now, what we're understanding with science now is that there is something called the morphogenetic field. Now, you can think of this as the resource of library of information that basically defines the form that comes into manifestation, your full body. And included in that is all of data that is passed down through your ancestral lineage, behavioral programs, subconscious belief systems, even believe it or not, ethical core belief systems, how you balance your polarities, feminine and masculine energy. If your feminine energy has been suppressed for many generations, these are some things that are going to be themes of your life and potentially influence your purpose here on Earth. Okay, so we need to understand those things, so we understand, because a lot of the contact experiences that we're having are actually very interconnected to these kinds of collective programs. And what I discover by working with clients and also in my own personal experience is that the more I deprogram these belief systems, the more pure, you can say, or more refined the experiences of the unknown become. The potential for co-creation is more available for you. And truly, unless we break those collective programs, unless we stop repeating the ancestral traumas, belief systems that are passed down through the generations, all that we're doing is repeating, and we really don't have any access into free will. And this is extremely important, because that's the difference between a co-creator and a parasite. And so to speak, our entire geometry of our body creating a Merkaba, which is once the body comes into this aligned spectrum of energy, self-organized symmetry through harmony, in the body. We literally create a very fast moving vortex that creates the Merkaba, which these interdimensionals use as their navigation vessel. Okay, so we have that, we are that as well. And this is the future of humanity. We are moving into this kind of heightened levels of technology, which is the organic technology that emerges from our core. So the more we deprogram these belief systems, we are cleaning up this pool, the gene pool, you can say, from trauma, limiting belief systems, into the activation of DNA that allows the human to pull forward into a higher octave of frequency. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. It is a natural aspect of this collective, which means that if we are in resistance with clearing up those programs, sometimes we end up with illness, aches, pains, and eventually the human that comes into deep disconnect, of course, dissolves. So the idea is that we come into our highest optimum state of co-creation. And this is very important in terms of genetics, because even the way that we hold our sexual energy, our creative life force, which is the most important primordial life force, the way that we create and we dictate that energy will anchor in souls that are activated DNA that pull forward humanity in broader leaps in per se. They are more ready, more awakened, and how you know that we are cleaning up DNA is the memory that is activated, because we are bioelectric. The more memory we activate, the more our DNA is activated, and that creates symmetry and harmony within the body with the collective. So this is kind of how I would explain that.
Wow. This feels like ET biology science you're giving us. This feels like, we are getting educated to the new way of understanding the life force. And that's amazing. Thank you, Geraldine, for sharing that wisdom.
Thank you for having me. It's been an honor.
They certainly didn't teach us this in school, did they?
Yes. And I do wish we would be totally different, but we're at that point now. And I certainly am passionate about putting it into teaching children. Like, we really need to teach our children now moving forward. So this is the goal. Yeah.
Geraldine is going to be here. Can you stay for our, we're going to do a whole roundtable conversation, and people are already asking questions coming in from our Facebook pages. Can you stick around for that, Geraldine? That'll be in about 1 hour.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I want to show people where you can get immediate support from Geraldine. She's located in the Bay Area, and she does sessions both in person and by Zoom. Is that correct, Geraldine?
That's right. Most of my sessions are on Zoom right now, because I do travel a lot, but I do work internationally with people. So please do reach out to me. I do hypnotherapy and also DNA reprogramming and other energy training courses that I have on my website.
And you have an experiences group, right? When's your experiences group coming?
Yeah, so my experiencer group is on hybridmother.com, and we're just getting started on organizing the calendar for this year. We usually meet once or twice a month. The first part of the month is when we have the experiencer group. The second part of the month is an intensive on a certain topic on ET that we dive into. So I'm really happy to share. And of course, it's free, so you're welcome to join those for free.
Great.
Okay, so let me give those slowly for everybody watching on Facebook. So 2 websites, hybridmother.com. Hybridmother.com is the support group for people dealing with, powerful and profound experiences. More and more people are waking up to their connection to their galactic family. And so this is a powerful place to get support from Geraldine. And then if you're wanting to work with her or learn more about her services, go to her website, which is her name, Geraldine Orozco, spelled OROZCO.com, GeraldineOrozco.com. Learn all about DNA reprogramming, a little bit more about what she just shared about our epigenetics. She provides a lot of services. So I'm just so grateful that you're in our world, Geraldine. Really,
I'm
thank
so happy.
you
It's
so much.
such an honor to be connected with you guys you guys are the beacons at this time. So thank you.
Well, Alan and I both love to put the spotlight on people like yourself and all the other presenters we're going to meet tonight. So thank you for being with us. And Geraldine will be back for our roundtable conversation to answer questions. And Alan, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce Kathleen.
Well, Kathleen, when I heard her speak, I'm just looking for her bio. When I heard her speak, I said, this woman's very much in line with the kind of movement from ETs into spirituality. And there's the merger of these. There is really not a difference, I feel, between these beings coming and the spiritual evolution that we're involved with now. So Kathleen, when I heard you speak, I really loved everything you were saying, especially about your own experiences and what you're doing with something like Geraldine's doing. You're leading people with not just ET experience, but any anomalous experiences into an awakening of what's going on. Do you want to talk about some of that?
Sure. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much. That's exactly how I see it. Just what you were saying, and it weaves nicely into what JJ was talking about too, when he had these experiences with beings of light. And I think, to me, one of the most important things to think about when we think about the UFO UAP phenomena is that we start to really question what is the nature of reality, and also who are we? And so when you start looking at that, you start to examine maybe some ancient literature combined with your own experience. And I started out when I realized I was intuitive, and I knew that I was having experiences that current science does not explain, and our current culture didn't prepare me for. So you have to go on an outside sort of path to explore these things yourselves. And I did find some cool stuff that was being done, like at the Pear Lab in Princeton. There is some cool science being done, but you come back to your own experience and you know that. And that's what Scott's talking about today. What is your experience? And once you really say, yeah, this is true for me, then you can look outside and say, okay, what is the nature of humanity? How is humanity evolving? And I think we can, I'm going to do a meditation in a little bit, and I decided to do tonight to help us get in touch with, we are not our bodies. We are not our emotions. We are not our thoughts. Who are we? What does it mean to be not your body and a vehicle? This is your vehicle, your wonderful vehicle to experience life in this lifetime. What does it mean to not be your emotions, to not even be your thoughts, and to go higher and higher in your consciousness? Theosophical teachings would say we are a causal body or the soul, and that's where the consciousness, as it's coming down, starts to individuate to become more ourselves. So we're going to do a meditation to explore those ideas.
Right. Does your work in philosophy and education help this? Because it is an education and a philosophy. So how do you apply like academics into working with people?
Right. Well, I love the Hermetic literature, so you can start there. That's very helpful. The Theosophical literature, also very helpful. Some of it's a little more difficult to get through than others. And just Platonic, like I first went to college and I majored in philosophy. And I didn't realize that that was going to be so helpful, because I was reading all these great philosophers with great ideas about the nature of reality. So really, it's just expanding your awareness that there's other ideas that than what you grew up with in your family and your culture. Just to keep expanding your awareness, there's other ways to think about the world.
Do you want to tell us one far out encounter you had on whatever level you want?
Sure. Well, as I said, I realized that I was intuitive when I was going for my master's in counseling, and I went back for a doctorate in educational psychology and a specialty in transpersonal psychology, where there's a lot of good academic stuff in there about the spiritual nature. And I was in my apartment. I had just moved in with my boyfriend, who was going to be my husband. And I finally felt truly connected to another human being. And I was there alone. He was at work and doing nothing. And outside of me, to my right and behind me, I heard the words powerfully spoken, "You know you're not alone." And I turned around and nobody was there. And as I said, I've been intuitive. I've heard things in my own head. This was outside, over my shoulder, behind me. And it sounded, Alan, you know this, it sounded like a New Yorker. It was like, "No, you're not alone." And I thought, that is not an angel. That is not an angel talking to me. Who is that? That sounds so human, so human. And so I've been exploring that ever since. And maybe later we can talk about my experiences with the UFO issue. But that to me was so moving because it was a being that said to me, "You know." So like at my depth, you know, it wasn't just telling me, but it was saying, "You know, you're not alone." And I've been exploring who those beings could be ever since.
And did that change something and deep down for you, that experience?
Because it was an experience that I heard something outside of me, I never doubted it. So it, again, this worldview that I had, it didn't, explain that. So you have to keep opening up to bigger and bigger ideas of what the nature of reality was. And I trusted it. That was the most important thing.
Beautiful. You're going to do a meditation, but can you just talk about how you work with experiencers? I mean, Geraldine talked about her way. And what do you do? What's your group and process like?
Okay. My group is more of a discussion group where it's intellectual. People can come and definitely share their experiences, but we explore, just like you had said at the beginning, Alan, like from December 16th, 2017, I follow all the legislation. I follow all what's happened in the government. I follow, David Grush and David Fravor and Ryan Graves and all the key people. I'm following them, keeping up with what is going on, because with them, the culture is saying, okay, you're allowed to talk now. And then I also follow things like the Galileo Project and other scientists that are Gary Nolan. He's got a Soul Foundation now. So I'm following the culture in terms of the government and also scientists. And then every month we meet once a month, and I bring that to the group to keep them updated on literally how the paradigm is shifting right now.
That's why we're doing this show, Scott, because it's in the news, it's in the psyche, it's filtering into the culture, and we're becoming a different race of humans. Wouldn't you say, Scott?
Absolutely. I think this would be a good time to mention that I had the good fortune to spend several hours with Danny Sheehan when we were all in Las Vegas together for Stairway to the Stars. And of course, he's right in the center of what's happening with Congress, and really trying to get legislation passed to open this up. But something that he told me that I think is really cool, it's the Catholic Church that has been one of the major reasons that everything has been kept suppressed. But we now have a Pope who wants disclosure to happen, and he wants, when disclosure happens, for this to be a way to unite humanity. Stay in whatever religion you're with, but to have a greater, bigger, we're all one human family picture. And to have a Pope that's holding that vision is huge. It's really, really huge. And it's like one more step, just like what we're hearing today. It's one more step towards disclosure, and one more step to all of us being able to awaken and have these experiences, and really not have it just be far out or be a science fiction movie, but no, we are part of a huge universe, and we are now connecting with our universal human brothers and sisters.
Right. And you know what I think Kathleen's going to do for us now, because it's not just like they're showing up, it's a vibrational shift we're involved in. So we have to get out of the density of thought, the density of fear, all the things that have kept us in what Raquel Spring would say, the Piscean age, the lower levels. And as we move to higher conscious, higher vibrational field, we're going to meet those beings at that vibration. They're not going to come to our level, because why would they? You know, we're here to meet them on their level. We're here, I always say, and some people might get upset, but if you're the higher species, you're not going to talk to them in their language. When you talk to your dog, you're not barking at them. So we have to raise up our frequency so we can meet them on an even playing field that's beyond the old paradigm.
Yeah.
So Kathleen, do you want to put us into a little transformational moment?
I'd love to. And just to say something to that, Alan, I love that so much, because that is what's going on. As we raise our consciousness, we are taking the next step on our evolutionary path. And so by raising our consciousness, we are, as a humanity, developing, and we're sort of on a fast track now. And so that's part of what this whole process is, to recognize that there are different beings that exist on different levels, but so do we. This is just a physical body. We also exist on many levels. And so when we put our consciousness on those levels, we will find beings, all these types of beings on these different levels. Reality will change depending on our state of consciousness. So
beautiful. That I'm going to quote you on that. Yes, thank you. Okay.
Kathleen, since you're new to our show, thank you for agreeing to do our meditation. Just so you know, every night we lead a meditation, usually at 6:30 p.m., but on the Awakening World, we kind of adjust a little bit more. And so there's a whole group of people that are part of the Twin Ray community that tune in for our meditations. And so thank you for being our meditation facilitator tonight. Usually anywhere from 5 to 7, 8 minutes, just to take us wherever you feel inspired to lead us.
all right, thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, let's all take that deep breath in and a deep breath out. And a deep breath in, and tighten up just a little bit. Scrunch up your shoulders a little bit, tighten it up. And when you breathe out, relax. Wiggle those shoulders around a little bit. And a deep breath in, maybe scrunch up your fists, tighten them up, tighten, and breathe out, and relax. Relax. And one last big breath. Deep breath in, and breathe out. And I'd like you to imagine with me that you're going to take your consciousness and you're going to place it in your heart, in your center. You might even take one of your hands and place it on your heart, on your chest, and get in touch with your body right now. And take that consciousness deep into your heart. And imagine that there is a light there. It's a beautiful, small, right now, glowing light, maybe like the flicker of a fire. Maybe it has some beautiful colors to it, some reds and oranges with the yellow glow. It's flickering. And as you're breathing in and out, I'd like you to imagine this light is getting larger with every breath. The light's growing and it's filling up your chest. This beautiful light is warming your body. the warm energy from it flowing down your arms, down your legs. Now your hands and your feet are getting warm. This beautiful light is all in your body right now. And imagine this light now has gotten so big that it's outside of you. And it's growing even bigger and bigger. And place your consciousness still in the light so that it's so big now that you can take your consciousness and look back down at your body. Your consciousness right now is outside your body in this beautiful bubble of light. And see your body sitting there calmly, breathing in and out. And you recognize, I am not my body. My body is this wonderful vehicle that I have for this lifetime to experience all the things that I've experienced and look forward to experiencing in the future. And thank you, body. I'm so grateful for you for this lifetime of experiences. And the light's getting bigger and more colorful. You start to see in the light all these flickering of colors, and you realize you're looking at your emotions. And there's all the colors of the rainbow there. Emotions come and emotions go. Some are powerful, some less. And you realize as you're looking at your emotions, you are not your emotions. They're transient, they're wonderful. They tell you about the nature of your world, but you're not your emotions. But thank you, emotions. You make feeling life so wonderful. And this light is getting bigger and bigger. And now your thoughts are passing through, like these undulating waves of energy. These thought forms are passing through, some fast, some linger. But every thought that you've ever had is just passing by, passing by, passing by. And you realize you're not your thoughts. They too are transient. They don't remain. They come and they go. I am not my thoughts. Sometimes I feel like the thinker, but look, I'm looking at my thoughts. I must be someone different. And allow that light to continue to grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger and huge. And then bust out of it, bust out of the light, leave the light behind and float up into a world of light where everyone's light is gathered. We are united in the light. Still maintain your spark. You still maintain your individuality, but you're among the light. You're with all humanity. And you realize, oh my goodness, I'm with the whole universe in this sea of light. It feels so blissful. It's love. It's warm. And you realize, I am all of this. This am I. I am this. I will call this God. I will call this the universal consciousness. I will call this love and light. This is more of who I am. And perhaps there's more. And as I raise my consciousness higher and higher, I know that. I know who I am. I know I am all of that. And you are all me. I am in you and you are in me. We are together in this. We're united, united as one. And feel how wonderful that feels to be one, to know that. I will never hurt any of you, you or me. Let us all move together, evolving, knowing the truth of who we are, the truth of how reality really is. And I'm grateful for this time. I'm grateful for this now. And my consciousness begins to slowly sink back down into the bubble of my light, into my thoughts, into my emotions, into my body, into my heart. And I realize there in my heart that whenever I want, whenever I need, I can connect to all that is. I can connect to who I truly am. And I'm thankful for that. And with that, I say, amen, amen, amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And when you feel ready, you can begin to open your eyes and come back to this wonderful gathering.
Thank you so much. That is absolutely beautiful, Kathleen. Just beautiful. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I knew you would do a good job, even though I never heard you do a meditation before.
Thank you, Alan.
Kathleen,
And
will you
let's
be able to
just-
stay for our Q&A that's happening for our roundtable conversation?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
Great. Well, let me show
Can you just show her website, Scott? The Pure Energy. Yeah, there you go.
Of course, Alan. So her website is pureenergylady.wixsite.com. I'm going to say that again. Pureenergylady dot or period Wixsite, WIXSITE.com. And Kathleen, what would you like to direct people to? Like, you've got a lot going on at this beautiful website. What would you like
Yes,
me
I do
to,
have a lot going.
where do you
Well,
want me to direct people's attention while we're looking at it?
okay. For some reason on Wix, it doesn't have the last / presentations after everything you read there. So it's really pureenergylady.wixsite.com / presentations. I don't know why they don't show that. But yes, let's go to upcoming events, Scott.
Okay.
And I do a lot of teachings on a lot of different topics, and mostly on Zoom. I do things locally to where I live in Pennsylvania, but I've got this great class coming up on the Magi and the Star Child, where I look at Brett Landau's translation of this book he found in the Vatican Library, and it says that it's the actual experiences of the Magi with the coming of Christ, and I weave in all this cool other literature and supportive information for that. But if you scroll down, for this group in particular, I do have my discussion group, and you can keep going because I have a lot. I do a meditation, I do awaken your intuition, I teach at my community college, but there it is, discussion group, UFOs, UAPs, and beings from other realms. And that's where we meet once a month. I do say it's $10 after you come for the first time. If you like it, I do ask some money for it. But this is where we talk about all the things that are going on with the UFO phenomena and the beings. And it's a really nice, fun group.
Fabulous.
Great.
Wow.
Great.
Well, wonderful offerings. Alan, of course, you always bring on wonderful people.
Yeah.
Kathleen,
I'm really happy. I knew you were a soul sister when I heard you. And Scott, of course, is part of our soul family because we practically grew up together, me and Scott.
And Alan, I'm gonna let you now introduce another one of your guests, another one of your friends.
Yes, Kathy Chappie has been in the UFO field for a long time. She's an all-time experiencer. She has her own experiencers group. She takes fantastic pictures of UFOs in her backyard, or orbs, and I think you're in pretty much communication with the with those beings. And I think you helped me sponsor Mary Rodwell to Long Island, didn't you? That was fantastic. And you're just up to date on the ongoing news like Kathleen, but what's happening as the experiencers interact with the disclosure community. So tell us a little bit about your background as an experiencer and maybe share an experience.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for having me here tonight. I so appreciate it. And I love being with all of you. Well, I'm somebody that has had a lot of spiritually transformative experiences throughout my lifetime. And so over the years, it has opened up to mediumship and all kinds of different experiences with beings, different types of beings and interdimensional beings. And then
no, I just want to know, can you tell us like your first ET experience?
Well, my first ET experience was shortly after I learned how to meditate. And I actually saw a feline being in my mind's eye in my meditation. And I remember thinking, wow, that's not a cat because it's standing and it has a robe, and it was really beautiful. And I talked to somebody that I knew who was a contactee at the time, and he assured me that yes, there are feline beings, and I thought that was really pretty cool. And so years later, that happened probably in about 2007 or 2008. And years later, they started to appear over my home, in my home, and they started to show up in their crafts, and they started to communicate with me telepathically. And
What did you see in your home and around you?
yeah, well, there's so much to the story that it would be hard to go into all of it. One thing that happened to me was the Blessed Mother appeared in my room, and she was holding my John of God crystal in her hand. And she wanted me to point it towards my crown chakra. So I got up, I put it on my altar, I pointed towards my crown chakra and went back to sleep. And then in the morning, as I was waking up, this beautiful white feline being morphed out of my ceiling. And she was smiling at me. She was looking right down at me. And I just felt that she had this beautiful divine feminine energy, very similar to Mother Mary. I felt they were connected. And then shortly after that, there was all kinds of UFO ET phenomena that started happening over my house, in my house, throughout my yard. And surprisingly, I just felt compelled to go outside and take video, which I'd never done before. I had been in the house over 20 years. And one night I just decided I'm going to take video, and I took a video, and I took 4 or 5 pictures of my backyard. I went in the house, I looked, and boom, there was a portal of light coming down from the heavens. There was a craft that flew out of that portal. There was a picture of Mother Mary on my shed. I'm not kidding you. And just all kinds of phenomena was happening. So from that point on, that was in 2016. That summer was very rich with all kinds of UFO ET experiences.
But what's the relationship between those religious figures, spiritual, like Mother Mary, and the ETs? Because I know Chris Bledsoe's having the appearance of this lady in white who's probably a Mary type. So I don't quite get the connection. Can you explain it?
Well, for me, and I can only speak from my own experiences, I experienced them as my family, okay? So they are my lineage, and they're part of my higher self connection. And so Mother Mary comes in, and she is also connected to these beings, these feline beings. And I believe she had a life as a feline being. She actually showed me that in my mind's eye at one point. They are all connected. I have pictures of her. I have a picture of her in my yard, cheek to cheek with, it's going to sound crazy, a Sasquatch being, because the Sasquatch started showing themselves to me and told me I had a life with them also. So I believe I had lives with many different beings, and they started to really show, introduce themselves to me in 2016 and 2017. And the really fun part about it was not only that it was really amazing and fun, was that I documented much of it. And so I was able to take pictures and videos, and I journaled, and I just kept track of everything that was happening and all the different ones I was meeting. So
do Do you want to show us a picture? Can you, is it easy for you to bring it up?
I
And talk
pulled-
about, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, talk about your experience of these beings. Yeah, when you show the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some, I will share my screen.
Mhm. And this is Long Island. You're seeing all this stuff, right? Outside, out.
Yep, I'm trying to get it. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
All right. So the first one, that was in my trees over to the side of my house. That was in 2016. And it was actually this green light that would appear in my trees, and it would morph and spin. And it kind of looked like a Merkaba. It was like a triangle upside down and then another triangle. But then when I would videotape it and I would look at it, I could see different figures, different faces sometimes, and different shapes. So here's another one. There's one that's flying through my yard.
Are you getting a communication of sorts when you see
Well,
these?
this particular night, this was the night that I felt compelled to go take pictures where I never did before, you know, so I am getting communication, but at that time I wasn't aware of it. I didn't know till after I took the pictures that this was in there. But yeah, at that time I started channeling a collective. And so I was getting information, and here's another one.
Mhm. Are they just
this-
flashes, or are they video? Are there more than stills? Are you seeing them with your?
There's video. These are just pictures of the video. Yeah, I pulled them out. So this tree in the background is where this really interesting light happened. And I'll show you. This is in my bedroom. This periwinkle orb showed up in my bed.
Wow.
That was when I was having the experience with Mother Mary. And here's one like over my next door neighbor's house, and it's right. I don't know if you can see, there is a face in there, and I think it's a Sasquatch. So if you can kind of tilt your head a little to the right, and you can see a face in there. This is the craft that flew out of that column of light, and there was a disc, and then above it was this green orb. And now this is a blown up picture, but in the smaller picture that I have on my phone, there you can actually see a feline face in that orb. And I didn't even know it was there until I asked my guides, and I said, what is that green orb? And they go, that's the white feline being that you saw. And I said, no way. And they said, pull it up on your phone. So I pulled it up and I enlarged it, and then I could see it. You can't really see it in this picture though, but in my other picture, you can see it.
What's that? What's these
This is
clouds?
a UFO that magically appeared when I went to Washington State, and I went to Mount Adams, and this thing happened where this upside down rainbow appeared in the sky, and it started to dissipate. So this guy took out his phone, and then it went into slow motion video without him even touching it. And this UFO went really fast across it. So I was able to capture the UFO.
So do you think certain people are magnetizing these things towards them, or are you just lucky?
Well, for me, what happened with me was once I started to open up and really delve into my spiritual life and my spiritual connection, I started to get really involved in mediumship. And I started to meditate and connect with my spirit guides, and I did a lot of service. I did mediumship for people at the Spiritualist Church, and I had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening, and that expanded my consciousness. And I think more and more people are having these experiences. And I was told back in 2008 when I first woke up, they said a lot of people are going to be waking up. And they told me that I was going to be helping people that are going through this to understand that they're not going crazy. So I got to experience a whole lot of stuff that was very challenging at the time, but I knew there was a reason for it. And so now I'm really excited.
What was challenging for you that you want to share?
Well, I felt the thing that was most challenging for me was that the experiences I was having were 100 or 1,000 times more real than this experience, than this life. Okay. So when I was having these spiritual experiences, I knew they were real because they were so much more real than this. But the people around me didn't understand what was happening to me. And so when I was explaining to them that I was talking to my guides or I was seeing my deceased relatives, or, they just thought I was going crazy.
Yeah.
So a lot of people ended up, drifting away, and a lot of things changed in my life. But for me, it was for the better. So there is a lot of isolation, that I had to get through. A lot of relationships changed. People did not understand what was happening to me. And my whole life really became about my connection to God and source and service to others.
Wow.
So I really became like, I felt like I was reborn through these experiences.
Thank you for sharing. That's beautiful. Isn't that great, Scott? Isn't that beautiful? That's the awakened world right there. And wait, unmute Scott. I think Scott wants to say something.
What you shared is really important, and kind of one of the main reasons we're doing this show, because when people have, how she said it was 100 times more real, and that's what I've experienced in my most significant lucid experiences. And I often hear that when we are having one of these really profound experiences of our multidimensional self, or of another reality, we'll call it, it's very vivid. It's not dreamlike. It's way more vivid, and it's so personal. And then trying to share it with others, it's almost impossible to describe. And then if people haven't had that experience, sadly, a lot of our culture is trained to just immediately react to, oh, well, you're crazy, or you're just making that up, or you're having a hallucination, or, oh, good drugs, right? And it's so sad that our most sacred experiences so often get dismissed, and dismissed with usually a negative attitude. So that's why we wanted to do this show, to demonstrate person after person, from elders like J.J. Hurtak to the next generation like Catherine, of people that are experiencers, and this is real and it is happening. And whatever our experiences are, let's talk about them. Let's celebrate them. Let's not necessarily make a religion out of them, right? But let's really talk and celebrate that we are expanding our awareness and our consciousness.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And Scott, I think listening to Kathy speak, that's the fifth dimension we're moving into as a civilization, where, this 3D is sort of real, but when you awaken, like the planet is in the process of doing, things become more real, more valuable, more honored, more sacred, more finely tuned, more embodied also in a way. So Kathy, talk a little bit about how you're helping people in your groups. So
well, it's so funny because, back in 2008, when I had that big awakening, my guides were telling me that I'm going to be, helping people, and I'm going to be working with people, because a lot of people are going to be waking up. They said the whole world is going to be waking up eventually. And I questioned it. I'm like, really? I said, are you sure about that? And they said, yes, everybody's going to wake up, And so anyway, so they wouldn't tell me everything, but they gave me little glimpses. And so some of the things that I do that I'm really passionate about is helping people that are experiencers, or people that are very open to these kind of experiences, to be around others who have had these kind of experiences. And not only UFO ET. Now, many people that are UFO ET experiences are also people that have had a lot of spiritually transformative experiences throughout their lifetime. And it starts very often in our younger years. And so people don't have a place to talk about these things. So I have 3 groups right now that I hold once a month on Tuesdays. The first Tuesday of the month is a sharing group. It's called Safe Space Sharing Group. And that's where we get together from 7 p.m. till about 9 Eastern time. And we talk about our experiences. And then on the second Tuesday of the month is UFO ET Experiencers. And that is a speaker question and answer group. And people can also comment and talk about what they got out of the speaker. And that one I record and I put it on YouTube at UFO ET Experiencers. And so that, people can register for that. I don't have a website yet, but you can contact me at ufoetexperiencers@gmail.com. And then my third group is called Spiritual Experiencers. And that is also a speaker question and answer group. And that's on the fourth Tuesday of the month from 7 to 9 Eastern time. And that one I put up on YouTube also at Spiritual Experiencers. So I'm so happy about it. And then one other thing I just want to mention, IANS, which is the International Association of Near-Death Studies, they have monthly or weekly sharing groups. And they just started a UFO ET NDE sharing group, which I'm co-facilitating with somebody else. And it is on the first Wednesday of the month at 7 p.m. Eastern. So if anybody's interested in any of those sharing groups.
Well, I'd love to speak at one of those groups. We'll talk about it at another time. But I'm so happy you were on the show here. Scott, do you have a website or anything else you want to say before we move on?
Well, again, my understanding, she doesn't have a website yet, but the best way to reach her, as she said, is to email her. And I'll say it again slowly. Email her at ufoetexperiencers@gmail.com. ufoetexperiencers@gmail.com. That way she can get back to you, let people know about the different groups. And Catherine, are you going to be able to stay for our roundtable conversation?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Right.
Great to meet you. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
Very sincere, very heartfelt beings we have tonight. I mean, every week you do, but I'm feeling them.
Absolutely. I want to read a couple comments from our audience, and then I'm really excited about our next guest. Ellie writes, everything we discuss here is out of the box, thank goodness. And then she brings up that I've met Mother Mary before. And so again, a beautiful experience. And again, we want to hear from some of you sharing your experiences. Obviously, it's lovely hearing from our presenters, but we want to hear more from some of you in the audience about your experiences. So please pop that in the chat box. I'm going to now introduce someone who is just, for me, like the most positive role model of love in action. You know, we've heard a few times that it's about raising our vibration. It's not about bringing higher vibration beings down to our level, but raising ourselves up to a higher level. And John Martin has been on the show several times. He's a most beloved person in kind of our Global Peace Tribe world. I saw that lots of people are all excited that he was with us. But for those of you who don't know John, he's a classically trained guitar player, and he plays guitar, he sings to the Galactic Family, and he just talks to them in the most beautiful way. And you're going to hear just his vibration of love and gentle connection, of course, attracts amazing beings. And then we're going to bring John on, but I'm going to play a little video that he provided with us for Alan and I just today. And then we're going to meet John.
Here you are. Hey, sweet friends. Hey, lovely ones. Right by there. Hey. Hey, gorgeous ones. Hey, my beautiful friends. Thank you. Hey. Oh, I was hoping you'd come by tonight. Thank you, my friends. Oh, beautiful that? Thank you, beautiful ones. Thank you, my lovely friends. That was lovely. Thank you so much. Hey, beautiful ones. Hey, my gorgeous friends. Thank you for coming to see me. Hey, beautiful ones. I was asking what your name was. Thank you, sweet friends. Love you. Thank you, friends. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Oh, there's my friends. Oh, there's two. Fantastic. Oh, how gorgeous. Wow. Gorgeous. So awesome, friends. Beautifully done. Wow. That was great. My gracious. Thank you, sweet friends. Wow. You're so awesome. Lovely. Thank you, beautiful ones. My goodness. My two. Hey, lovely ones. Hey, gorgeous ones. Oh, how wonderful. Absolutely beautiful. My two, Karen. Hey, oh, look at y'all. Let's see how this does. Perfect. Right through the center. Gorgeous. Hey, sweet friend. Beautiful. Hey, loveliest. Hey, my dear ones. How gorgeous. So wonderful. Hey, gorgeous. Beautifully done, friends. You're so wonderful. Hey there. You're so wonderful. Hey there.
Well, there it is. There is his wonderful book. And yes, that beautiful music is also from John Martin. And he has written a brand new book. And I just got a copy of it. I'm very excited about it. And it's the perfect title coming from John Martin. The Universe Loves You. And yes, the universe does love you, John, because you love the universe. And the subtitle of the book is My Own History and Your Guide to Making Positive and Meaningful Contact with Our Star Family. So, John, it's always such a pleasure to have you on the show. And I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about your book, what it includes, and what we're going to get out of reading it and receiving it.
Scott, it's such an honor to be here with you today and all these lovely souls. It's just a great honor and a pleasure. I've been playing guitar for 50 years, and I just felt like, well, I had dinner with President Carter in Spain, and he spoke of his UFO experience. And so I took that lovely conversation and then I coupled it with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where you use music as a communication tool. And I went out on my deck and I started playing and projecting positive thought and love into the universe. And after 2 or 3 sessions, I was walking my dog and I was walking back in to our home, and directly above it was a purple plasma craft with a pink ring that was spinning around the top of it. It was so amazing. I've lost my voice a little bit. I apologize for that, but and I've been doing this ever since, and I've had thousands and thousands of beautiful experiences. And I just felt like I wanted to share my experience and also a guide for others, because I feel like we all have this ability, Scott. We all can project the very best of who we are and project that deep into the universe. And it goes far beyond our local area. There's a quantum, there's a level to it that goes to the quantum level, is what I was trying to say. And it will go deep into the universe, and it's instantly recognized. And I've had many kinds of craft that have come, very, very large craft at a cross and a crescent shaped metallic craft that was the size of office buildings that came over my home. Absolutely incredible. And I was fumbling with my camera and they asked me not to take the picture. They would give me something that I could take a picture of. And a few days later, I was walking outside and this beautiful heart-shaped cloud appeared, and it's actually this heart right here on the book. And so I call them aeroglyphs because they have very beautiful meanings. They share their love for us as I share it for them. And I know we all can do it. And if we all were to make the effort to share, that's what the universe wants. They want to know who we are. They want to know what we've dedicated our lives to, and they find that of great interest. And it's something that I think if so many of us are able to do that, we could really raise the consciousness of this planet and this plane to a higher level. And that was the impetus for me to write the book. There's a lot of practical guides on how to control your emotion when you see something from beyond this realm. You need to, there's breathing techniques, and there's, you just understand that I didn't try filming until I had many hundreds of experiences, because I just wanted to be comfortable with the experience itself and just enjoy that really lovely interchange that I have with these beautiful beings from beyond this realm. And that was the impetus for me to write the book, Scott.
Ellie writes, "What a gentle soul John is. Of course the ETs are attracted to you." And John, we have actually a question specifically for you from Dr. Laura. She asks, "John, do you think those ETs in the ships actually hear you? Have they ever responded to anything you have said to them in a normal voice?" Now, you just told one story about the cloud and the photograph. Is there anything else you can share with Dr. Laura and the audience about that?
Yes, they're listening to this conversation we're having right now. Absolutely. They're deeply interested in people that are trying to create a better world. That's what you're doing here, Scott. That's what you've dedicated so many years of your life to do for all of us. And the universe knows that. And they respect and love that about you and every person that's here. And that's what we can get from our beautiful star family. That's why I've dedicated so much of my time. I'm a classically trained musician, and I've spent 20,000 hours learning my instrument. And I've probably spent up to about 8,000 or 9,000 hours, I think, on this journey itself. And I plan on continuing for many years to come. So we all can have this experience. And they've given me beautiful, small little quotes like "embrace abundance." I thought that was a lovely thing. And one time I was deep in meditation, and they were saying "peace to all, peace to all, peace to," it just came over and over and over in my mind. And that's what they wish for us here, is for peace for everyone. And I immediately wrote a song called "Peace to All," and you heard that in that little video clip part of it. And I made that very short so we could have some time to talk. So I kind of doubled up some of the samples or the examples. But you can go to my YouTube at John Martin UFO and ET Intelligences, and I've got hundreds of videos there. And
are you getting contact every night, or just occasionally? How's it often?
Well, the weather this time of year is cold and rainy, and so not so much the last few weeks, but it when I go out, they're there. It's we have an agreement when the weather's nice, and I'll see them during the day as well. It's just they can hear me projecting. I play music in my mind all the time, and so they know who I am, and we're family, and we interact almost continually, Alan.
That's the thing about you. I know you've been on the show a couple of times, but they are more a part of your life than most people I've met. And I've met a lot of people, but they're there. They're like your neighbor, like next door, and it's like,
yeah,
that's pretty amazing.
I'll show you a picture if I can share a screen.
It's like you are living in that next reality, John. Yeah, beautiful. It's like
this was Easter Monday 2019. I went to my little park, and this beautiful being came out of this portal. You can see the portal right here, and he came right out, and it was just such a gorgeous experience. But at that time, I was not able to fully integrate that experience, and I turned away. I was able to get a handful of pictures of this beautiful being, but I turned away because it was kind of early in my experience, and it was so clearly from beyond this realm. And I was at home thinking about it. Why did you turn away? And I went back to the park that night to interact again, like I always do. And this beautiful golden energy dropped down to treetop level. And I apologized. I said, I'm really sorry I did not give that beautiful entity the time it deserved. And that golden energy just expanded many times, understanding that, this is a challenge for us. And we have to stretch ourselves in many ways to fully embrace this experience. And see what else we have. That's a close up. You can see just almost wings on this beautiful creature.
Beautiful.
And let me do
just another.
Anyway, we can do that later. But anyway, Scott, that was the impetus for me to write the book. I want everyone to have their own unique experience, because we all have something we've dedicated our lives to that the universe is so interested in. So I wanted to give them a good overview of my experience, and also what they can do to their own very unique experience as well.
So one more time, I'm going to go to Amazon.com. You can find it. Just put in "The Universe Loves You," John Martin. And the foreword is by our old friend, Whitley Strieber, who's been on the show. I know he's worked with you a lot, Alan. And so there it is, by personal history and your guide to making positive and meaningful contact with our star family. And it's available on Amazon. John, I want to show you something. One of our regulars, Sylvia, knowing that you've got a nice connection to Jimmy Carter living in Georgia there, sent you the President Carter Legacy Collection. I don't know if you've seen that, but since you play guitar, are you aware of this webpage?
I am, yes. And a friend of mine builds guitars in Spain, and we went to Spain together to sign labels for the guitars that were destined for the winter auction. And we've raised a lot of money for the Carter Center from that effort. And so he loves guitar. That's how we met initially. I was playing at a big event downtown and playing for President Ford and Al Gore and President and Mrs. Carter. And I was playing, and I didn't think anybody was really listening. And I looked down, and there were two pair of shoes, and I looked up, and it was President and Mrs. Carter. And he said, "Andre Segovia played that piece for us. Do you know another piece called Recuerdos de la Alhambra?" And I did. And he went to the dais, and he asked everybody to stop and listen to this beautiful music. And we've been friends for many years. I recently sent a CD to them while they were in hospice, so I hope they were able to enjoy that in these last few months.
It's interesting. I actually dreamt about the Carters last night. And I didn't realize until you were talking, it's like, wow, I dreamt about them last night. So they're in the field. John, are you going to be able to stay for our question and answer period?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Great. Good.
Thank you so much. Hey, Alan, you've got a brand new friend, a new guest to the Awakening World to introduce. Tell us about Roderick Martin.
Well, he's an old friend for me. Roderick, you know what's so great about Roderick? I sort of saw his trajectory from just being a guy on Clubhouse where he really burst on the scene to like being on television shows, being in documentaries, becoming an authority in a sense on UFOs. I mean, he started out as a MUFON, Mutual UFO Network investigator. And then he started this Clubhouse, and, Roderick, I don't know what your magic was, but it caught on. We had thousands of people a night in Roderick's Clubhouse room. And then he branched out. He hooked up with Billy Carson, Forbidden Knowledge. And he's been, let me tell you what he's been in. He's been in the, alien abductions, Roswell 75. I Want to Believe, Aliens Among Us, UAPs, documentaries, Don't Call Me Bigfoot. I got to hear about that. You've been on Gaia. You've been on Coast to Coast on Regina Meredith. So, you are sort of grounding. I know we've been a little out there in consciousness, but what I like about you is the grounding of your knowledge, because you're coming from a very practical place in a sense. One thing that I really appreciate about you is the founder of the Project Black, because you're saying you became a spokesperson in your community for these phenomena where a lot of people that you knew were not really talking about it, but it's everyone's lineage. I mean, everyone on Earth has this connection. So you're a great spokesman for that community. And one more thing I want to say about you is that in 2024, this year, you're coming out with your book, The Unspeakable Truth. So I want to hear about that. And I want to hear what that conversion from that hard nuts and bolts guy to the kind of awakening of consciousness too. So go ahead, Roderick, go for it.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank everyone for being here tonight. You could have been any other place tonight, but you chose to be right here, right now. And with that being said, we're going to serve you. And as you've been served tonight with great information from people. Let me start out first with my first experience when I was 12 years old and I saw a UFO here in Dallas, Texas. And it was just one evening. I grew up in a neighborhood where we all played under the street light, and my mother would flick light when it's time for us to come in, or all the mothers actually. And just that night, mine chose to be the first one, so I had to walk of shame. But I actually came out on the top end of it. As I was going into the house, I looked up, saw this little white disc. It was, and right behind it was 2 military jets. Now, I knew it was a UFO. Because of just watching TV and the tabloid magazines at the stores. But I didn't realize how significant that moment would have been in my life today as the months and years roll by. And I grew up in the neighborhood. You don't talk about UFOs. Even a neighborhood bully wouldn't have said, "Hey, I saw a UFO last night." I mean, street credit would have been gone. Simple. But over the years, I just began to look more into it. It just had this overwhelming thing about this phenomena. And when I was married, it was just something we could not talk about in the house. I was raised Christian. I still am today. And it was just one of these taboo subjects, even in my community, that you just didn't talk about. And I didn't realize the impact of that until later on. And one day I'll just never forget, I was talking to the she-wolf, and that's my ex-wife. And anyway, I was talking with her and I said, "Look, I want to talk about these UFO stuff." She says, "Not in this house." And she told me about Clubhouse, and she says, "There's a place you can go talk." And I said, "Well, okay, maybe I can find 20 or 30 people that I'm going to talk to about UFOs." And got in there, and hundreds of people started joining. And then ultimately I met Alan, and that was a transformation moment. I mean, I was new. I was really trying to connect. He opened up and really not just open up on Clubhouse, but we personally forged a relationship, which was just really great. And I owe a lot to you, Alan, actually, just to say, and I don't think most people know, but when I actually got my first opportunity to participate in Clubhouse's thing of being what they call they was looking for creators first winners or creators first. They was trying to create influencers. And Alan was instrumental in saying, "Hey, you can call this person. Maybe you can do your pilot show." And I ended up having Alan. It was Whitley Strieber, Barbara Lamb, Kathleen Martin, Linda Moulton Howe, Billy Carson, all of these people at my very first show. And I threw in the towel because I was only supposed to have it for 30 minutes or 2 hours. It went 6 hours. I was like, "Oh, no, I'm not going to win." But it was the greatest day of my life. I'm like, "Look, let's just roll." And
it was great.
There,
it was so much fun, actually kind of showing you the ropes inside the community. And like you just were like a little kid and you opened up, you lit up, and then suddenly you got the consciousness connection from the nuts and bolts to like, oh, it's about something even bigger.
It was bigger. It was absolutely bigger. But you were very instrumental in that. And so I don't think people know the heart that you have when it comes down to what we do. It's not just about sharing things, but really literally being the person that you are. And maybe you were sent here to be one of those guides for me, because actually you sure sent me in the right direction. And then, you know, I've been on TV. I was featured on History Channel's Ancient Aliens a few months ago. You know, I've done several different projects. I actually have a big TV series coming up this year. Books. I have a lot of things that's happening, but let me go back real quickly to where people can understand where I kind of get to this. And Alan's correct. I try to stay at the ground level, because I think there are so many people who are wondering out there that we kind of leave them behind because they're not what people call woke, so to speak, but there are still wanderers. And I get the questions all the time, you know, is UFOs real? Or people laugh at them. And then that's where I started my journey, tapping into those people and saying, hey, come on over here. I just want to start you out slowly. And this is when the greatness happened, because people wanted belief. They just wanted somebody to believe in them. And so what I started on Clubhouse and what I do today, you know, they may look me in the face or they may ask me, and people can feel the truth in you. And they'll go, well, Roderick, you do believe me. Now, I can't quantitably verify your personal experience, just like we hear some of them tonight, some great ones. But I do say, I believe you believe what happens to you. And therefore, I'm going to go on that journey with you because I believe you believe. And I think if more people can take that perspective with anybody, and that could be in our relationships or whatever, I don't see the leprechaun over there and the goal, but I believe you believe is there. Let's go, because I'm with you. And I think that has really opened up a lot of things for me, where people felt comfortable to come forward, and because they're still listening for those words. And then ultimately, I started trying to do research in my community, and I started trying to figure out, because it was a taboo subject, and why we're not talking about it. How come we don't hear none of a lot of these stories? And I can challenge the audience today and say, okay, how many stories in our communities have you really heard? And I know most people say better and born and healed. Okay, so but we want to do a comparison of the number of stories that's out there, then it's disproportionately not there. And then I started trying to figure out why. What was the actual reason? I know how, but I couldn't figure out why. And then I started going back on our culture. I started going back on our history. So if you think about it, in the 1940s and 50s and 60s, the local sheriff departments were the only place where people were reporting UFOs into MUFON coming in 1969 and the 70s. And still then, it wasn't known nationally for everyone. So if you go back and take into account of our history, what person of color at that time would have went to the local sheriff departments that was possibly run by KKK, all the other implications, and said, oh, by the way, I saw a UFO and an alien. Oh, now I'm giving you reason to put me in a straitjacket. Come on and do this. So we have a whole now it's not a racist side. It's just that we have a whole part of segment that left out thousands of stories because there was no place to report them. And then I started looking in Project Blue Book and the Red Tails. We all heard about the Red Tails, well, the African-American group that was in World War II, where one of those guys who was part of the original Red Tail stayed on with the Air Force for 30 years, Colonel Friend. He ran Project Blue Book from 1958 to 1963. Now, I think that's significant because I never heard of it. I never seen it in stories. I never seen it in documentaries. And after that was another minority, Quintanilla. But if you go back to that time, that would probably been a perfect venue for someone to say, let's give this crazy UFO stuff to these guys, because I don't want to put my career on the line. And I started finding things like that. And that's when I said, okay, we're going to do Project Black, which is called the Black League of Alien Contact Knowledge. It's not everybody's included. I mean, I want everybody to be a part of it, but I just said, well, let's focus on an area that is disproportionately reported and try to what I call start the conversation, because there's probably thousands of stories that we didn't hear or don't hear that we can add to the collective for all of us. And we might find other things. And ultimately, I had people coming forward. I got whistleblowers now. There was a guy, he's going to share his story. He's part of Project Deep Freeze in Antarctica, where they had aliens and UFOs there with the government, and he's now part of my arsenal. I have a person that was working side by side with ATIP, with Lou Elizondo, who's part of my arsenal, former NSA people, or now part of my arsenal. Someone who was part of with Colonel Fraser back out on the ship, he was there too. So you got to think about it. We were there on the same boats, the same things, but why we're not talking? How come when I say we as a collective? And then I figured it out. And so I think it's going to be a wonderful ride. I got a couple of venues coming up with this, but it's going to be a ride for all of us, because I think we're missing 20 or 30% of stories that once we hear can still add to the collective. And then you got consciousness movement. You got people having dreams and they didn't know why, especially in my community. I get it all the time. And now we can bridge the gap. And so, but it all began with the greatness of Alan saying, Roderick, I believe in you, and we can do that.
You're performing such a fantastic task to bring this out to the bigger community. It's not an exclusive thing. It is worldwide. It's cultural. Every race, every religion is having, and we all need to talk about. Thank you, Roderick.
And I have one more thing that I think everybody will love. Yeah. If you go back to our history real quick, Scott and Alan, you want to talk about UFOs were chariots. If you go to all the books, we call them chariots, right? I don't think most people understand. If you go back to old slave song that we used to sing back in the day, and it was "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, Come Take Us Home." That song was probably indicators. I'm still doing more research of them seeing UFOs out in the fields. It was before we had planes. So why would the song come through my history of swing low, sweet chariot, come and take me home, and I looked over the Jordan and what did I see? Angels. So we know UFOs was over the water. That's 90% now. So obviously back then we were already had that in our culture, and we were singing it. We see them. We was part of it. So imagine abduction stories, connections, all of this is out there. And so I'm really pulling them out. I'm getting calls. I have a hotline, and in my UFO channel, people are calling all the time. And it's overwhelming, because now I hear some strange stuff and I'll be like, and like I told you, do we really want disclosure? I don't think so.
Well, that is such a fantastic discovery. Roderick, great work. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Scott, you were jumping in there?
Yeah, yeah, it's great to meet you, Roderick.
My
first experience with you. And I know that you can't stay for the roundtable, so I'm going to actually ask you a question right now.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've interviewed so many people, do you, in your own kind of categorizing of people's experience, differentiate between experiences that people have had that have been in their own personal reality versus experiences that have happened in what I call group consensus reality? And I ask that because I've been in this field for a long time. I produced television way back in the 90s, nationally broadcast. And that's where we tried to differentiate. And they're both important experiences. Roswell was significant because it happened in group consensus reality. Most people that are abducted by aliens or having very powerful lucid experiences, it's more in their individuated reality. So I'm kind of curious what your kind of perception is about that, and how you see it in all the different people you're talking to.
Well, that's a great way of putting this together, what you just mentioned, from the group to single. I get more of a personal consensus from people because I'm dealing with a lot of people who never told their stories to anyone. I'm dealing with people who were married and might have shared where the bodies are buried before they even talk about UFOs to each other, right? Or aliens or orbs or encounters or dreams or any of these phenomena. So it's real interesting because on one side, you do have the group, because you got to be careful with stories that maybe they saw it on TV, maybe they heard it, and they incorporate them in it, right, at some point. But when you start dealing with people that will tell you, this is the very first time I've ever told anyone, they're crying, they're emotional. We're talking full grown men, that out here will tackle a bull, but when it comes to this, they just can't hold themselves because it's just the unthinkable, which is the unspeakable, which is what my book is going to be about. And so, yeah, I think it goes back into, once again, people really getting more understanding that it's okay that you can talk about this. It's okay that you having these dreams tonight and all this. Because even in our young folks, Scott, I think they are called religiously and emotionally bankrupt. Mm-hmm. They're in a whole different time of consciousness. And if you reach out and tap into them, which I think a lot of people leave them behind right now, they're not in the same realm. They're feeling this new energy shift. They're feeling a Piscean age and Aquarius age. They're feeling the shift, but they have no one in their older generation to guide them because there's still the stigma, especially in my community. It's not going to happen. They're going to throw the Bible at them, right? And which is okay. I'm not saying it's the negative side, but it's just they won't allow them to do. So back to what you were saying, I deal with more people on the personal side, first timers, people who still ask that simple questions: are UFOs real? And I'm like, we passed that point. And but you still got to guide them and say, yeah, it's something out there. Yeah. But it's the interesting part. Yeah, it really is. And I play a little both, but I do focus on the individuals. That's where.
Roderick, you're doing such important
you
work.
Have a great. Yeah, it's so important. Yeah, I was just saying, I agree, Scott. You're right. It's so important, that work, for all the communities to make this the principal paradigm of a future global world. Where
and I think we need to, and I'll what they call land our spaceship here. And Alan and I talked about this the other day, and we kind of chuckled about it. And I was telling him, everybody is pushing for disclosure. And I'm starting to get to the point, not for us collective who's here and all of the watchers. We're in this thing. We're all in it. But we got to think there's millions and millions of people who probably cannot handle what we are pushing the government to give, because we're okay with this thing. But when you start thinking in reality, can people really handle disclosure? For example, I was just on a plane not long ago, and we had a lot of turbulence. But could you imagine getting off that plane because of the disclosure rules and somebody hand me a pamphlet and say, oh, that turbulence was because there was a UAP that passed by and turned off our instrument panels. But, the skill set of our pilots, though, you didn't crash, because it's now we want this type of disclosure, right? We want the truth. Oh, by the way, before you get on the next flight, they had problems with UAPs flying by turning off the instrument panel. They didn't make us crash, but our instrument panels, Or you look down the street and you got a neighbor, Alan, and the grass is growing, and then you get a note from the homeowners association that the Johnsons has been abducted, but we just want to know, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden you're trying to sell your house, and then a realtor exposes, oh, well, we had 3 abductions in this neighborhood. They love this neighborhood, but you still want to give me $200,000 for the house. I mean, we're just not ready for all of that, are we?
Well, we're not, but also what you're doing, what everyone's doing here, it's our disclosure. It's seeping through the people. It's the people's disclosure that we're really pushing for, because the government will always have secrets. Maybe not, but I think we have to realize this is an unstoppable phenomena, and the government just has to start to tell the truth and not put more laws in place to restrict freedom.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
And open up. And so tell people about your YouTube channel and your work that you do.
You can go to YouTube, and that is Roderick Martin. I think I put a link in Scott's personal chat there. But it's Roderick Martin High Strangeness. Used to be Wild a Big Secret. I filed a trademark of High Strangeness last year for a production company and things that we're doing. But there you can find my videos. I do a lot of more commentary. I try to bring it down to a level, because I know we still have all these nuts and bolts, but I try to do more of a reality type things of what life
Truth seekers. Let's get down to it, because what we're going to be talking about right now is bunkers and possibly an outbreak that is happening.
He's playing, but yes, the audience or our community is called the Truth Seekers. And that's what I start every show. Truth Seekers, I got a message for you today. And I tell them your eyes are useless. When your mind is blind, you have to think why. Don't look at how the government is doing what they're doing. We got to focus on why they're doing what they're doing. So yeah, Roderick Martin High Strain is just a YouTube channel. And there you go. Yeah. So we do a lot of videos there. It's growing. Got some great stuff. And so if you want to come and just get some real good, we talk about a lot of stuff. RH negative blood. We talk about the stuff in Miami, or I just kind of keep it all, but I add a little humor because I don't want us to be just so serious all the time. I don't make fun at it. I just add my humor of life to saying pretty soon it's going to be as normal as it's going to get.
Roderick, what a joy to meet you. Thank you so much for the wonderful work you're doing, and gave us all a whole new reality on Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. And I was able to have that experience of, why not 150, 200 years ago, all over the world, there were things happening that just didn't get recorded because back then you couldn't talk about it without getting thrown into an insane asylum. Right.
Well, Roderick, I miss talking to you we talked a lot in the beginning of Roderick's career. I know you acknowledged me, but I want to acknowledge you because you've become a star in this field. You've become a spokesperson, and you just went for it. You didn't, you were a MUFON investigator, but you had faith and trust and a great personality that just went for the truth. And I'm really proud of you.
Well, you ought to know you were the water in the roots of what I am. And like I said, and I'm not just overstating, guys, this man really truly poured into me a daily basis with a D, and really brought in some perspective. And even when I was getting a little ridicule here and there, he was always there. He was pretty much, because I would always just kind of speak, on visions of how I saw things, how the world would view. But he stood there all one. And like I said, I couldn't have done it without you. So y'all give him some kudos. And when he called me the other day, what did I tell you? I said, what did the pleasure of what's going on? And he says, well, have you on this show. What do you mean can I make it? What time do I need to be there? And I called the president. I told him I couldn't come to dinner. I called the head of the CIA and I said, listen, Alan called you guys. I can't make it. And I'm going where Alan needs me to be.
Thank you, my friend.
Priorities straight. That's good.
Let's stay in touch more. I know your career's taken off, but let's see what we can do again together. And thanks, Scott, for having Roderick on too.
Yes, and I'll be speaking at the McMinnville, Oregon conference.
Oh, McMinnville,
yes. Yeah, so they reached out and said, we want you to come talk about Project Black. And I was like, oh, I had my Scooby-Doo. I was like, oh. And they said, yeah, we want you to come and we're going to put you in a parade and you're going to have a golf cart. And I'm like, I got to start running today. So I'm drinking 0-calorie water and all that.
Well, you're looking great. You're looking fantastic. You are.
Same to you. But I'll be here for another 15. I got another show that's at 10:30, so I'll get out of here in a few minutes. But I mean, it's a pleasure. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to be here to serve you all, and whatever I can do. I'll love to reach out. If any of you got people in your community that, especially in my community, they're your friends. Yes, it is a hard time for them to talk about this stuff, and it is really a tight lid. So,
thank you, Rod. Right. Thank you very much. Hey, Alan, I want to put a few comments that have come in from our viewers, because now we're beginning to get comments, and then I'll introduce Eden. But big score in bringing Roderick in. What a great guy. Thank you. So I want to start by reading from Ayada, and Ayada sent me a great photo, which is really fascinating, which I'm going to show in a moment. But she also shared a beautiful story. Ayada wrote that when she was about 4 or 5 years old, she woke up one night to see a blue man standing at the foot of her bed. She doesn't recall any communication with him, but there may have been. She was frightened, so she ran into her parents' bedroom and begged to sleep beside her mom. Father, of course, dismissed it and told me it wasn't real and made her go back to bed. He was gone when Ayada returned to the room, and she never saw him again. But many decades later, when participating in a weekend workshop with Vancouver-based healer Jayadan Jewel, he initiated Ayada and the group into the Arcturian realms, and she was astonished to discover the same blue beings there. Very loving, very kind, not at all scary, powerful and benevolent healers. None of them ever mentioned that early life event, so I still don't know who that was. So thank you for sharing that. And then kind of in a separate experience, she sent this photo, kind of similar to the photo that John showed us. As Ayada says, it's kind of like jumping into life. Look at that. What an interesting photo where you can see a being really just kind of dropping into our world. And, you know, it's so important for us to just celebrate these photos, these images, have fun with it. And, you know, that's why we're sharing tonight, so that people do feel comfortable sharing their experiences. We also have an experience from Susan, who's willing to share, and I'm going to read it. She said that she had a lucid experience with a group of doctor-type beings working on her feet. They were small people with big heads, and she felt rather good the next day and afterwards. And she felt great love and respect and was treated with the greatest good. She now no longer fears any new experiences. So thank you, Susan, for sharing that with us. Karen writes, when she said to Roderick, where were you when I was living in Houston in the early 90s and dating a guy who was an abductee along with his mother, and they had no one to discuss it with but me? Karen says she's had a number of experiences as well. Since then, I've met more Black people who are also experiencers. I do have one close friend who does not even want to hear anything about this subject because he is so afraid. That's why Roderick's work is so important. Thank you for sharing that, Karen. Karen also shared a photograph of her singing for President Carter because she's also in that area. So anyway, in the spirit of sharing experiences, one of our major members of the Global Peace Tribe, of course, is Eden Amadora. And Eden co-hosts with me very frequently. We've got some wonderful projects coming up. We're going to be doing an entire series together. But when I was talking to Eden about tonight's show, she said, well, I've had an experience and I've never told anybody publicly before. So thank you, Eden. In the spirit of tonight, I am so grateful that you're here. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
So glad to be here, Scott. Thank you so much for inviting me. At first, I was like, wow, I've never spoken publicly about these supernatural, mystical experiences I've had. And I've told close friends like you. So when you heard about my close contact, you're like, you should come on the show. And, you know, I usually am here speaking about divine feminine embodiment and what it is to walk the priestess path in this lifetime. And what I recognize now is that my experience is very tied into that. Because first of all, I just want to say this show has been so confirming of my experiences, and I was lit up when several of the other presenters spoke, especially Geraldine, about activating our memory in our DNA and the dream time and lucid dreaming. When I was very young, I started astral projecting above my bed and looking down at my body, and it was kind of frightening. And then I started having lucid dreams as a young teenager. And a lot of times I would try to go out the window and straight up into the stars. It was almost like a honing device back where I came from. And then I had a near-death experience at 16 where all my senses shut down. And I did have the experience of going straight up through a wormhole of stars and met a bright light or bright being that communicated something to the degree of not yet or go back. And it took me about 3 days to fully land back in 3D. There was a lot of timeline warping, repeating deja vu for 3 days after that. So even as a teenager, I was exposed to this reality is not what I thought it was. In my normal world, there's a lot more to it. At 17, I left home and I was working in Paris. I graduated a year early and I was scouted to be an international model. I was working with an all French crew that took me to the island of Martinique. It's a very beautiful little island in the French West Indies. And I didn't speak French. And I was so in my own thoughts for 10 days while they were talking around me. There was some of them spoke very like broken English to me once in a while, but I went more inward and inward over this week into what I believe were more like deeper theta states of inner reverie and meditation. In my room, I would meditate. I was so brought into, I would say, a higher frequency on this end. And one of the last nights I was on the island with this crew, I felt like going to my room early, and it was probably around 9 p.m. And I thought to myself, I'm going to do my routine in a minute. I'm so drowsy. I'm just going to lay down, but the light was on. I still had my clothes, hair and makeup. And I thought, okay, I need to still do my teeth brushing, all that stuff you do. But I said, I'll just close my eyes for a moment. And it was probably 9:03. By the time I just closed my eyes, I opened my eyes and there was a being standing at the end of the bed. And it was humanoid, female, not frightening looking, very luminous, very beautiful. She communicated head to head telepathically with me because I was startled and I thought, how did you get in my room? And she responded, I'm often with you. You just don't see me. Then she said, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to take you with me. And I became frightened about leaving my life. And she said, time is not what you think it is. It's not linear. And she said, you will not remember everything you see. Not for a while, not at first. And the next thing I remember is jostling straight up, thinking I'd fallen deep asleep till the morning, because everything was as if I had my eyes wide open. I thought I must have been dreaming. I looked at the clock and it was 9:06. So you cannot even go into deep REM that quickly. I was in some kind of in-between space where I could perceive her in a frequency bandwidth that I didn't usually perceive her. Later, I was in South Africa. They have a huge amount of people talking about UFOs over Table Mountain. I met a healer there and was doing a kind of hands-on Reiki session. And he said, oh, well, hello. One of your guides is here. Do you know her? And I was like, her? I wonder if it's the being I saw. And I described what I saw. And he said, do you know where she's from? And I didn't. And he said, she's Pleiadian. And so are you. And I was like, how could I be Pleiadian? I'm human. But this was the beginning of my experience with these very big openings in consciousness for me as a teenager. I was 17, 18 years old when this happened. Later, I was gifted dreams that brought me into what I would call a mythic multidimensional experience of being my higher self, being more of my avatar self, and singing things into form. When I met a very interesting man a few years ago, he said that many of us are getting in touch with our multidimensional nature and how long we've been on this planet. So not just Atlantean, Lemurian, Polarian, like the major pre-epochs to our time. And when I shared about this dream of singing things into form, he said, that is the beginning. That's the Polarian age on this planet. So there are many of us are waking up to our own multidimensional nature, whether through dreams or visitations. And it's exciting to be here tonight. It's very, there's parts of me that are quickened by the conversation because, like I told Scott, I don't usually talk about these things. This is a way that I'm opening to it publicly now. What I do know is that when I dove into the Pleiadian message years after those experiences, through being gifted a book that many of you probably know, Bringers of the Dawn, I recognized the resonance with unity consciousness and embodying more of our heart-centered awareness, which is what the whole divine feminine embodiment movement is about. It's really returning to balance and to the awakening of our hearts together. So it's a beautiful combination to feel like I'm right on track. Even my little human self that doesn't get the whole manual, I don't remember all my multidimensional wisdom, but I'm definitely being guided so strongly. One of the ways I'm guided very strongly in this lifetime is through the winged ones, the birds. I have had several extremely synchronistic, magical, supernatural experiences with birds. And one of them, because of how inspired I was with John's images, I'm going to share. I was gifted this vision that I photographed in 2014, which, do you see what I'm seeing? It's like a rainbow phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was right outside my house. I was very, very joyful that day, super high frequency day, just moving into a new place, singing a lot, singing my heart song. And I went out and looked up in the sky and I was like, oh my God, it's a rainbow bird. It's a rainbow phoenix angel bird. And I had to photograph it because I thought, no one's going to believe this. So John, you inspired me, and the others who've shared the way that the other realms speak to us from beyond the veil, whether it's through the orbs, the clouds, or like I saw this being at the end of my bed, much like, was it Ayada who shared about the blue being at the end of her bed? So Ayada, a couple years ago, I had a dream where I met two blue beings. I asked them, are you the blue beings that are represented in like the ancient Indian, like Ramayana, like Vishnu and Shiva and Krishna? And in the dream, they said, yes. And I said, are you extraterrestrial? And they said, we have been here much longer than you. We are not from out there. And then they said, we're blue because of the frequency we're vibrating at. In my dream, that was what I was told. It was really powerful. So I had another dream that I recorded on my YouTube channel, which is Eden Amadora. And it's called The Dream of Amadora, where that singing form into being was happening. And it took me through millennia of experience. And in the end, the message that I got from that dream was that the dream was about this kind of division and polarity on the planet that we've been suffering and struggling with war and violence. And in the dream, this character, Amadora, was bringing love and blessing the land in between wars and trying to restore the green and the beauty on earth. And in the end of this cycle of going back and forth with those who brought fire and violence, she realized she needed to merge with the sun, to go up into the sun. And interesting, when Geraldine was talking about the Merkaba, in this dream, me as this deity entity, Davic thing, dissolved into the sun and became a star tetrahedron, crystalline, tiny, compact Merkaba, and shot back to the earth and planted myself in the ocean. And then I woke up and heard, when we come into balance between our divine feminine and divine masculine energies, we will know peace and there will be no more war on the planet. So I feel like that was another multidimensional kind of extra supernatural dream time opening that I was gifted, that was more of a collective dream, a message that came through my channel. So I feel very grateful to share these things with you all, and a little shy because it's a lot to say. You know, I'm way out there. I've had a lot of dreams and mystical experiences. A big opening in this lifetime.
You know, may your sharing and all the sharing we're here tonight help all of us to open up and say, okay, it's okay. I can have these experiences, or I can acknowledge the ones that I've had. And there's one thing I especially want to kind of just chat with you briefly about, is the idea that often when we're having a multidimensional experience, or in your case, connecting to Pleiadians, and you do look very classically Pleiadian, by the way, that it's our own future self. And so one way of maybe not being quite so afraid, what if we're just saying, okay, future self, come talk to me. You know, and again, there is
my higher self knew this the whole time. 2 songs I wrote that I kind of channeled in had lyrics to this exact message. One song was called World 5. The Hopis say we're in this World 5, the 5th world. And the song has a line about my future self, and it says, lines cross back become my future. I'm looking out for you. Oh, I don't want to side with the birds nor the lizards. No, I don't want to fight old war. So that was definitely a future self-channeled message. And then another song called Angelica's Kitchen talks about that visitation in Martinique, and it has a line about her coming to me when I'm still and quiet. She is from another place I once knew. She is from a million years into the future, and she can't help but love me, for that is all she is. So these came through in my 20s, like really strong, clear messages for me to remember.
Wow. You know, Scott, this is all about us graduating to the reality that there's more here than we've been told. And Eden's story and everyone else sharing here is that we belong to this bigger reality. And it's been, not to be too much of a conspiracy, dumbed down in us to live in a very small box of potential. So we're all here tonight. And thank you, Eden, for coming out of the material closet into the awakened world, basically. So
yeah,
I appreciate it.
I've been out as a priestess on a mission, helping humanity awaken the heart and embody more divine feminine energies here, which is a big part of that Pleiadian mission and message. I just haven't been as out as a galactic multidimensional being. I've had it projected on me a lot. If you see some of the images of me with the big feather headdress, I had people right away, Pleiadian, starseed, all that bird tribe was, you know, obvious, but I didn't fully wear it. I didn't fully accept it.
But you know, it's normal in indigenous cultures that this is just the way reality is. It's not just a flat land, you know, which is what we've been told. Yeah.
You know, there's one quick thing that I was really fascinated by. There's a book called Gods of the Bible by Mauro Biglino. And he worked for the Vatican, translating ancient scrolls in Coptic, Greek, Hebrew, and Latin. And the Vatican made him call the Elohim God. And they made him called Vimanas, basically like the wrath of God. But he said, it's a flying vehicle. That's the meaning. And Elohim is plural. They're beings.
Yes.
And it
Yes.
was all very, very suppressed. It's been so suppressed.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And it is all coming forward now. She mentioned very briefly about her work that normally we see Eden talking about her priestess work and her divine feminine work. And she does have a very important program that's about to start. So we're going to shift our attention just to a moment to your day job.
Can I say one thing first? This comes back to what Geraldine shared about when we are activating our higher frequencies, we're opening up to memory and consciousness. And the work I do is all about that. Whether you ever think of yourself as a priest or priestess, it's about being conscious and awake. And so this opportunity is a very practical opportunity. Scott, if you want to show the page a little bit, it's an opportunity to come into a 13-week deep practice that is like a temple-like experience where you'll be guided to activate your extrasensory channels of perception, to awaken the keys, the codes, the dormant memory in your being as you raise your frequency. It's an alchemical path. So it's a direct way to tap into more of your own multidimensional awareness and remembrance. And it's 13 weeks. We go through 13 different faces of the divine feminine as a way of tapping into our gifts and our remembrance, because these archetypes, much like our star family, much like the angelic ones, they're bigger and they've been here much longer than us. And we are lifting our frequency to meet that more mythic, mystical place that they live in. So Scott, I also have a very special thing that I've created for the Awakening World tribe, for people who have thought, oh, this is a luxury, I can't do these kind of online courses, where I have a scholarship application. And my sense is that most people that have a true and sincere desire to do this kind of work will be accepted. And it's a very big scholarship. So would you mind putting that in the chat? I sent you the link for that.
I'm putting it in right now. Yep.
Yeah.
There it is. That's so generous of you, Eden. Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, in the chat box is where you can get the link to learn all about the Temple program. And then right underneath that is the scholarship application. And for those of you who are watching on Facebook, this is why it's so important. Come on in to join the Global Peace Tribe. Come on in so you can get all of these links. And you can also go to her main website, which is her name, EdenAmadora.com. And then it would be / enter the temple -3. EdenAmadora.com / enter the temple -3. And you're so generous. I just have so much appreciation for you. I'm excited about what we're going to be doing. We'll announce that soon. And so it's going to be really fun collaborating with you in a new way. And thank you for coming on. Are you going to be able to stay for the roundtable conversation?
Yeah, this is too good. This is too juicy to go. This is amazing. I love tonight's show.
All right, fabulous. All right, well, I think to digest all of this, it's time for a little more music. And Omashar, I'm turning it over to you. How's the show been for you, brother?
Fantastic. Holy smoke. All this disclosure. Clear. And but I think that moving around at angles. And just before I left New Zealand to make And I, in a nutshell, basically, it was to drop a whole lifestyle and go and move to the United States of America. And I have mentioned this on this show before. However, I was standing on the beach, and I was on the edge of the precipice, and whatever, I'm not too sure what I was going with that one, but on the edge of the precipice of taking off into the unknown. That's where I was going. And I asked for a sign, and I said, I want a sign from the universe right now, otherwise I will not make this decision. I needed that much encouragement. And within a nanosecond, 5, I used to call them shooting stars, but in the light of this program, there were 5 lights that went directly up and outwards into the sky. And could they be shooting stars? Could they have been ships? I don't know, but it was so tangible, and I literally said, oh, SH1T, because now that I'd received this sign, I'd made a commitment to myself, and literally the next day, I was packing up my gear and selling it off and moving to the States. And so that's I do feel that it was extraterrestrial activity, but it was just like, I mean, today we could do it with drones, like, woo, but a couple of decades ago, no. And anyway, that's it. And I'm going to sing a little song. I loved your song, sweetheart. Beautiful. You're a rock star. You know that. All right. Here we go.
Big twinkles, everybody, for beloved Omashar with the perfect backdrop. I mean, you just keep getting better and better with your music. We know is amazing, but those backdrops. And hey, everybody, we can support Omashar by going to his website. It's his name, omashar.com. Scroll down and go to Bandcamp. Bandcamp is where his albums reside. 5 albums. All the songs you hear on the Awakening World shows, you can listen to throughout the week. And it's really important for us to support our beautiful beloved brother. Plus, these are the songs of the tribe. These are our anthems. So, Omashar, thank you so much for all that you do to make this show a wonderful, wonderful show. I just can't say enough of how much I love you and appreciate you.
Yeah, it's reciprocal. I feel so grateful, and I feel so loved and so a part of everything. You know, there's no presenter here. There's all of us. We're this team, and we all bring each other alive, and we all have these individual gifts, and we share them freely. So there it is. Thank you, Scott.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to bring my partner back up, Alan Steinfeld, and we are going to introduce our next presenters. It's a wonderful couple. I've known Doug and Serena for decades. And so when Alan, you suggested, hey, how about Serena? She's running the UFO stuff at the Conscious Life Expo. And Doug is, of course. So Serena and Doug, welcome to the Awakening World. And Alan,
Yes.
what do you want for our audience to know about this beautiful?
Well, I'm just so happy because I know Serena's as passionate about UFOs as I am. And Douglas makes these incredible multi-dimensional, otherworldly landscapes in his art. So the two of them present a lot of the themes we've been talking about tonight, this idea of multidimensional beings, this passion for truth and higher knowledge. And Serena, I've never really heard how you got into this whole field. And Douglas too, I'd like to hear his story. But tell us, Serena, you can start. Why are you so passionate about this, like I am?
Well, it's been something that I've experienced my whole life. And it started when I was really young. And I didn't know anything about UFOs. I mean, like even this would be 5, 6, 7. That's when it started. I grew up in England. We lived in Morden, which is near Wimbledon. And I loved playing in the garden and looking at the insects, and especially in the pond, looking at all the larvae and the interesting things that lived in the pond during the day. And sometimes at night, I would have an experience where there was no ceiling. I was going to sleep. I was in that period between sleep and wakefulness. And there was no ceiling, and I would see the universe, not as it was at night, but all kind of lit up with planets, very much like Douglas's paintings. And of course, I hadn't seen any paintings like that. And I nor had I seen anything on TV, because we had black and white in those days and just 2 channels. And I just watched the children's shows and then went to bed. So nothing like that, no sci-fi. And what I saw with these planets was there was what I called buses going from one to the other. They were little UFOs. And they had little windows, and they had a sort of a trail to go on from one planet to another. And then in the background, there would be beings that lived in the sky, just like the little beings that lived in the pond. So it was like I was being taught. It was like school. I was learning that as above, so below, and so on. So the beings live in the water, there's beings that live in the sky, and that they're independent from craft, and then some are in craft. And I seem to remember also there was wheels, what I called wheels. But now I'm thinking, you know, they could be space stations. So that's one thing that kept happening. And I would tell my parents, and they would say, you have really interesting dreams. So I just thought, as most people do, oh, that's a dream. And then it grew into classes. So after I was going to school for a while, I found myself in class at night, but it didn't look like school exactly. It was, you know, having a desk and learning things. And I don't always remember all the things that I was learning. As I've got older, what I think happens is it comes out of you. A lot of people have these experiences. Some people call it the learning place. I don't know if it was a UFO. I felt like it was another dimension, but it could have been on a big ship. It could have been that. And so gradually, I learned more and more in these experiences and then when I started hearing about UFOs, I got really interested to read any magazine or anything that came up, even as a teenager, and I was working at the BBC. There was sometimes magazines about UFOs, so I began reading those. But the experiences gradually grew into more and more classes that I would remember. And my more recent ones, a few years ago, I'll just give an example of one that I remember really well, at least the beginning of it, because they're kind of long. But one thing I remember is I was in class. I know the desk that I sit at. And, you know, I'm sure we don't really have to sit at desks when we're in this etheric form, an astral body, but they make it like, you know, very comfortable for us. So we feel like we're sitting at a desk and we have a hologram in front of us. And so the hologram in front of me in this particular class was, they were showing the blood in the body. And it was the picture I remember, the blood wasn't very good looking. It was kind of crumpled up like little cells. And then it became whole and round. And the teachers teach you telepathically. And in my head, they were saying, if you have something like raw vegetables or raw fruit each day, your blood will stay like this, and it'll be plumped up and round, the little corpuscles. And I thought, oh yes, you know, and that's why now I try to have, you know, raw juice, different kinds of vegetables as much as I can, as well as salad and things like that, of course. But then also something happened in that class where I looked at everyone else to see, you know, there's people behind me. I was to the left, and I looked to the right and behind me, but I could have looked and not turned around. I could have seen out the back of my head because I was in, you know, like etheric form. But amazing thing, and it's hard to explain. I knew that everyone in class who were human beings like me were having this experience of learning this. And they were all different. Some of them ate bad kind of food. Some of them were vegetarian like me. They were all different. But I had no judgment. I only had deep love for everyone. It was just an amazing thing. Here's all these incredible souls. And sometimes, you know, it makes me cry to think about that, because I wish I could feel like that all the time. And during that time also, there was something else, one of the experiences in that particular class. We went into what seemed like another room, and we were working on healing someone. And they were teaching us how to do it, kind of focusing with our eyes and healing this person in the middle in a circle. And the teacher said in my head, no, before the teacher spoke, I was thinking, I want to do this when I go back. I was thinking that. And then I didn't realize the teacher could hear my thoughts. And the teacher said, you can do this if you know the secret. And the secret is to do it without ego. And if we do something without show or ego, it can work more powerfully. That's what I was learning. But the teachers that I see in these classes, I know they have robes. But when people ask me, what do they look like? I actually can't remember. I don't know if I've seen their faces. And this has happened my whole life, that I've had these teachers and I don't see their faces, or I don't remember. But I feel that they're human looking. But
is this night school? What some people call night school?
That's what I call it too. Yeah.
Oh, right.
And it'll come and go, you know, it'll come and go. And I grew up that way, having these classes, but along with other kinds of nightmares, sometimes of past life, and all these things were going on in my life all the time. And but also I've seen beings, you know, in real life, so to speak, during the day. I haven't seen kind of scary beings, even when I was a child, all kinds of different beings. But that was something that got me into UFOs. And so after that, I would always read about them. And I spent about 16 years living in ashrams, living in temples. And those times, you know, I've always tried to read, I've always been interested in the sections of the Vedas that talk about the extraterrestrials, all the different kinds of extraterrestrials, of course. So that was a large part of my life as well.
And you're a great Vedic astrologer, I heard, as well.
Yeah, yeah, I love doing that. I've done that now for 30 years. Yeah, now I don't feel uncomfortable about saying that I'm good, because I've been told that so much, and I've had clients for 30 years. Some people who are my clients, it's been a long time.
So what brings you, what was the attraction to Douglas's work, and how'd you meet Douglas? And let's get Douglas in here.
You know, yes, because it's amazing, because I first saw his paintings before I met him for a long time.
Hold on one second, Serena. You know what I
Yeah.
would love to do? As a segue, I went through his artwork and I found this particular painting. And honestly, my fantasy, there's Serena looking up at her magical world. So please go ahead and tell the story, but I just thought this is the perfect segue painting to see one of Douglas's paintings that, as I say, reminds me of you looking up into a magical world.
That's amazing, because we were going to show that one. I have that one already. That's incredible. But yeah, those dreams are what I thought at the time were dreams or experiences I had as a child, where I saw the planets up close, were like Douglas's paintings. So when I first saw his art in magazines, and you'll remember Connecting Link, Unicus magazine, Sedona Journal, all those magazines, he had his art on the front cover often. I would love those, and I thought that's what I always saw when I was young, and I love to have those pictures near me to have good dreams in the night, or to have good connections with the ETs and in the magazines. But the first time I spoke to him, I had actually phoned him to get a painting, because in the magazines they would show people's phone numbers. And so I made a lot of friends in those days, a lot of cosmic friends from calling people in Connecting Links to Sedona Journal, really great friends I have still now. And so I wanted to get one of his paintings, and he didn't have any at the time. And so he sent me some cards and a drawing of the lady that he saw on the ship. And so that's when we got to talking, but we didn't meet till a few years after, even though I had been volunteering at Whole Life Expo while he was there without realizing it, because so many people are at his conferences. And I was at UFO, the one in LA, UFO Expo West, and he was there. It was amazing. And so I didn't meet him till I didn't drive really until in my 40s, and and so when I met him, it was first of all a friend. It is all synchronicity. It's incredible, and it combines with astrological timing. It's amazing. So a friend had was having a party in Huntington Beach that I knew, and I had met this friend, a while ago, about a year before, and I remembered, I used to know that artist. I wonder if he's there. And I thought, I don't know where his phone number is now. And then a magazine came in the mail. This is before the internet. Magazine came in the mail, and it had a picture of him and his friend who were going to give a talk. That was the Learning Light magazine. And because I used to go there sometimes, and they were going to give a talk. And so I thought, I'll get his phone number from them. So I called them, and they gave me the phone number. And so then I called again, and I said, well, why don't you come to the party too? Because everyone will be so interested in your art. And so that's how I met. But that's kind of giving you the short story. But there's a whole bunch of synchronicity because I live my life that way. I've had a lot of experiences seeing certain things, certain symbols, what I call soul family. I think we meet them all through our lives to help us on our way, like all of you are feeling about the soul family. And I see symbols like the blue butterfly, things like that. And I think everyone has a symbol that they might see, or a song, or a sound, or some kind of synchronicity that guides us on our way. And that's kind of in the story of my life, really. I follow synchronicity, and then you're always in the right place at the right time, and it's a wonderful feeling to know that.
So what was Douglas, Doug, want to jump in? What was your inspiration behind those paintings? I mean, they're definitely otherworldly, other dimensional. You must be on something, tapping into something. What's going on there?
First, I probably should just describe my experience when I did first meet Serena. And I was like 48, 49, and I didn't think I would ever be married. I didn't think any woman would ever even be able to deal with me. I was very independent. I had a lot of rough edges. And, those rough edges are the different elements that I've had to kind of work out and understand that those were the negative aspects of my own character. And although I haven't gotten them all rubbed off or sanded off, so to speak, a lot of the different elements that I have gotten into through my lifetime, to go into the inspiration for the paintings, I would have to go all the way back to when I was probably 16. I was never into art when I was before the age of about 28. And when I was 16, 17, I was totally into studying consciousness, but I wanted to understand it from a standpoint of a scientific perspective, only at the time not really realizing also the interdimensional nature of the fact that we have a physical body, we walk around in these physical bodies, but there has to be a lot more going on than just being a bunch of meatheads walking around on a planet. Although sometimes when I see what goes on in this world, I think, yeah, it's just a bunch of meatheads walking around on the planet. But, you know, that was my own reflection of myself and of the elements of my nature that weren't aligned with this greater field of intelligence. And so as I began having many, many dream experiences, that's been a huge thing, where I've come to realize that what most people understand of a interdimensional experience, or to be able to experience another dimension, isn't some far out concept. It's not something that's way out there in the abstract realm, that it's actually something we take with us every single morning when we wake up, because when we go to sleep, we are going into another dimension in the respect to what our mind is capable of assimilating and being aligned with. So in other words, this is a long story, but I'm going to try to break it down into as short a form as I can. So I began having experiences in those dream states where I was being projected out of my body, and I would be able to move through walls. I would be able to do a lot of the things that some of the different out-of-body experiencers had written books about. And so I was fascinated by it, you know, and it was just like, wow, what is this? You know, but it wasn't really anything that was leading me. I mean, it was in a sense leading me. I was being led by my own intuition, like I think is so important. And so I was reading books, finding, you know, Seth Speaks, all these different books that were information that I needed to begin to contemplate and integrate as a part of my own mind and consciousness, not just something I read and had knowledge of, but something that I actually had been able to integrate it into my psychic. And so the main concept that I became aware of is that I existed outside this physical body, and I experienced it in these dream states. And then that just continued on to the point of where I began to see that there was this vast, infinite, intelligent consciousness that I began to become aware of, and that it was guiding me in a direction that when I would move with it, when I would follow that intuition, incredible things would happen. When I would go against it, bad things would happen. So I began to understand that I had both this higher and this lower self, that I had to balance these two forces. And so in this physical dimension, the opposites are very intense. You know, there's a lot of people who have what they call bipolar tendencies. And it's because as you become more sensitive, as you begin to align yourself with that creative force, and the very atoms in your body begin to refine themselves into a slightly higher relationship to this great infinite intelligence. And so you become much more sensitive. And so it becomes a little more difficult to really function in the same way that you used to. Your friends will kind of fall off. You'll find yourself motivated to other people and to other interests. And so as I was going through these various dream experiences and learning about the fact that I'm really a walking, talking television set, in a sense, I'm a receiver and a I'm a transceiver. I can receive information and I can transmit. So as I began to have various experiences, which I'll get to the point of one that was very, very powerful, and it really inspired me. Like your question was, what really inspired you to begin to paint? And it was really more a sloughing off of the negative elements, which were blocks from different past associations and past lives. And so I got extremely into reincarnation, understanding the process of the psychic realms and the psychic anatomy, in the sense that my physical body was a projection of something in another dimension. And so as I was very much into surfing my whole life. That was always a beautiful thing, but I wasn't into painting at all. I wasn't into that, but the colors and the crystalline nature of the water always fascinated me. And so I was on a surf trip in the Caribbean island of Puerto Rico, and I had this experience where I was laying on my bed after a good day surfing, and all of a sudden I felt this same intense projection, this very powerful vibration that I had experienced when I was having out-of-body experiences. But this time, instead of just walking around in my room, I appeared inside a starship with these 7 beings, and I was beamed aboard. That's the only way I can describe it. And it was, how you have an experience like this, it's more real than what we would consider real in the physical dimension, which is based on, the perceptions that we have, the reality that we've developed through different experiences. So the reality of something where you're actually much more highly attuned to your own spiritual future, your spiritual development, it's such an intense reality that these beings were they were gazing at me, and they began to communicate with me telepathically. And they were all like blonde. They looked like surfers. I don't know, maybe that's because that's the way I looked. I didn't have any association with who they were, or, what. I wasn't even concerned about that. I was so completely blown away and so fascinated with the fact that I was having an experience where I saw beings who were radiating this intense, beautiful light and were communicating with me telepathically. And I was so high, I was so above and joyous and beyond my normal daily, even though I was just surfing at the time, I didn't have any other real stress. But those things, the stresses and the strains, they're below the surface. They have to be brought out at times.
So were you kind of in that experience, did something shift? And also, are your paintings a sort of channeling of those other worlds, or they're coming from more imagination, would you say?
Am I babbling?
No, I just wanted to
describe it because the paintings are a way of attuning myself to that higher frequency that I experienced when I was in that ship. So I became familiar with it. I experienced something that I hadn't really experienced before. And so I had no relationship to it. But now I had this experience. And so as I began to paint, and I began first painting waves and flying saucers or UFOs, but I began to realize that I wanted to paint something that was crystalline, because the nature of my experience was that these ships were made of crystal that could be literally attuned to a higher frequency and could travel interdimensionally. Now, this is all information that I've just kind of,
But are they then transmissions? I get the paintings themselves are sort of the transmissions of those crystalline vibrational energies. It's not just pretty pictures. You're actually doing something maybe guided from those other beings to send a kind of energetic upgrade through the visuals.
Yeah.
The idea behind it, not that I understood it at the time, but as I've been going through this education in this lifetime and learning more about just how my own consciousness works and functions, and I began to see that if I was aligned and in tune with that flow of creativity, which is really what infinite intelligence is made from, is creating all the time. Every atom in our body is constantly recreating the entire universe, and universes beyond our comprehension. And so when you start to just kind of touch on a little bit of it and you start putting it into something, it is impinged into the artwork. That's the idea. So it's not like I'm trying to say, oh, wow, look at me, look what I did. I mean, that part of my ego is there. You know, you can't deny that. But it's the humility of realizing that if you were able to create a truly inspirational piece of art, music, wherever you're going to bring it in from, because everything is a portion of creativity, that it's not coming through your little conscious mind or your little concept of your physical abilities, you know, who you are. You do have to learn the mechanics of painting, and you have to learn the mechanics of music. You have to learn how to play the instrument and how to utilize the brushes and all that. But the actual information, to me, these were like, in a sense, dream experiences. They're interdimensional experiences that I'm attempting to impinge onto the painting. And yes, it's part of my imagination, of course.
Right.
But imagination is greater than knowledge, as Einstein said. No, I won't go there.
No,
But
I
imagination
agree.
it's an imaging of something that's beyond the comprehension of your present state of mind. So it's a futuristic view of what I believe exists on other planets.
That's creativity, art, or downloads from higher consciousness. So I think we should go to their website, wrap up this phase, and start the panel.
So
I think I said a lot. So
you know,
thank you.
First of all, your stories are beautiful. Thank you both. I mean, that's exactly what this show was about, Doug and Serena. And you both have been blessed to have profound experiences. And I do want to go to your websites. This is Douglas Taylor visionaryart.com. Douglas Taylor visionaryart.com. And each one of these are so gorgeous. I think I'm going to go sighting over Sedona, since many of us have a relationship to Sedona.
Yeah, that was an experience I had when I was in Sedona, where I didn't necessarily see the UFO, but it was just such a transcending experience that I'll never forget it.
Well, these are transmissions. You are transmitting the vibration of what's possible, and the worlds of what other people saying. You said those worlds are more real than this reality.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think that's reality is something that it has an impact because of the fact that it has a connection to a vast field of intelligence. So the little reality that I live in my physical body, it doesn't have that, but it has a reality, but it's not the same as what we're talking about here, a group consciousness, a cell in the mind of this vast infinite intelligence, and each one of us being a little part of it and doing our little part, and as a way of being able to be helpful to others. That's the whole process.
No, absolutely. And I want to say Serena and Douglas will be at the Conscious Life Expo in 2 weeks, I think, at the LAX Hilton. That's September 9th. There it is, to the 12th. And Serena organizes the whole UFO kind of wing of that conference. And she brings people like Linda Moulton Howe, Danny Sheehan, who else, Serena? It's going to, and plus all the other people that are going to be there are just fantastic. I'm going to be there with JJ and Desiree Hertog. Let's see, there you go. Bashar's going to be there. Scott's favorite, the Twin Rays, are going to be there. Nick Pope. It's a fantastic UFO showing, but everyone else, Serena, anything you have to say about it this year?
Oh, yes. I just want to invite everyone to come. You're at the LX Hilton. You can stay or stay nearby if you don't live in LA. But it's just 3 days of, it's just packed with things to do and find out and learn and enjoy. Entertainment as well, and wonderful vegan food as well. And at any time of day, you can find something to do with UFOs, extraterrestrials, or ancient alien information. So at
Or
any
spiritual
time,
knowledge. Yeah. Yeah.
Pardon?
I was just saying spiritual knowledge as well.
Yeah, spiritual knowledge, exactly, as well. So I know everyone here is talking, we're talking about, UFO experiences, but there's something about that all the time.
Something for
And,
everyone.
something
there.
for everyone. And to raise consciousness of all these things. And right there's some special events, and there's a hall of healing, all kinds of healing modalities in one area.
And the big thing that me and Scott love about this is it brings together community. This is where you find your people, the like-minded people who are
Yes.
awakening. Yes.
Yes, all over. Exactly.
Right, Scott? Don't you love these
Yeah, I
things?
mean, as I've been scrolling and looking at probably 100 presenters, many of whom, of course, have been on this show. Raquel Spring, who you did a great interview with a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Conscious Life Expo, I was there. I almost always go. This particular year, I'm actually going to be teaching in Nevada City. It was the same weekend and I had to make a hard choice. But I do encourage anybody that can get to Los Angeles. It's the big show. It's the biggest show of our New Thought community. And Alan will be there with Serena and Douglas. So absolutely. Serena and Doug, we're going to come back to you in a little bit when we come to our round table. Alan, I'll come back to you in a moment because I do have quite a few important Global Peace Tribe announcements to make. There's a lot going on. So everybody kind of get ready, maybe take a few notes. First off, I'm going to kind of go in order as best as I can. Next Wednesday night's show is going to be an evening with 3 animal communicators. Now, what we're going to do is bring your dogs, bring your cats, bring your other animals that you can put up in front of the screen. And if you are wanting to get a reading for one of your pets, and they can probably do like a horse or whatever if they tune in, if you show a photo, but really be prepared. I mean, of course, I'll have Jasmine Bear here, but we would love to do some readings for some of your dogs, your cats. So be prepared. That's going to be next Wednesday night, January 31st. And then on Saturday night, we've got a really special show planned. It's going to be with Piper Dellums and her Dreamers. And the entire month of February, all of our shows, or almost all of our shows, I should say, are going to be connected to love. We've got a whole series of shows all about self-love, divine love, couple love, all forms of love. It's February. It's the month of love. And we're launching it on Saturday night, February 3rd, with Piper Dellums and her Dreamers. So that's going to be a week from tonight. Now, as most of you know, I started a GoFundMe for Piper because she is dealing with some very significant health issues. When I learned that her insurance was not covering some of what she was doing, she already has spent $50,000 of her own money. Her savings got wiped out. And so I started a GoFundMe for her 2.5 weeks ago. But actually, not even that, less than 2 weeks ago. It was the same time that Sri Ram Kaur passed away. So it's about 10 days ago that I started it. And thanks to all of you, we already have raised $2,500. And most of those are donations that those of you who are in our Zoom room and watching have made. So thank you so much for your donations. Piper and I are in daily contact, and her spirits are good. They are concerned about some of what they're finding. She's going to do a combination, most likely, of Western medicine and Eastern medicine. There are some surgeries to remove some of the tumors that she's going to go ahead and do. But she's got some amazing healers working with her. But Western medicine is very expensive. And so that's where she really needs our support. So I'm putting back into the chat box the link where you can support her. You can also, for those of you watching on Facebook, you can find the link on my Facebook page. Just scroll down, you'll see it right there. Let's please, please, please support her. And yes, Dr. Laura, we will do a big group healing when we're all together with her next Saturday night. So please put Dr. Laura into your prayers. Now, I got a phone call today from Marianne Williamson's personal assistant, Lauren, who I've worked with for the last year and a half. You know, I've had Marianne on this show several times. And she asked a favor. She said, Marianne really is making a big push before the February 6th primaries. Is there any way you could do a special interview with her? I said, gosh, all her shows are already booked up. But I've decided to do a special event on a different night than normal for Marianne. And please, everybody, write this down. On Sunday, February 4th at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 o'clock Eastern, we're going to have a special Global Peace Tribe event, a live conversation with Marianne. You can ask your questions. And I haven't set up the link yet. I'll put the link in. I can give you the link right now of the Zoom room. It's going to be free. So for anybody watching on Facebook, all of you, this is a free event. I want to get as many people coming as possible because it's so important for us to support Marianne. I spent an hour today listening to her platform and her kind of stump speech. She's saying all the things that we believe in. I mean, and with spirit is flowing through her so powerfully. I've known Marianne for 30 years. And I've always, I've always loved her. I've always been impressed by her. But she's at a whole new level, just like our planet. She is speaking truth in such a powerful way. So I really want for all of us to support her. So please mark that down. Sunday, February 4th. I'm sure, Alan, you're going to want to carry this on New Realities TV and be there with me.
Absolutely, yes.
Eden is going to be, helping to co-host. And we want to really show up, invite all your friends. Let's really make that happen. And I'll have the, I'm going to put the link into the chat box after I'm done chatting away here, because I've got to go grab it for you all.
No, Scott, you're so right. We need leaders who represent our values and our community, and we don't have that. We haven't had that since these kind of awakenings sort of happened. So finally, there's someone who's willing enough, who has enough courage to go against the system of, most people have to be politicians and in order to stay a politician, but she's coming out to represent the people and the world that we think is possible. And nobody else is doing that. Not Robert Kennedy. I mean, I'm sure he's okay, but Marianne, she's our person. She really is.
Yeah, so she is. She is. Yeah. And thank you for saying that. It's really, really true. She's just on, and she's on fire. I mean, she's calling it out, that we've lost our democracy to the corporate takeover of our country. And it's time for us to take our country back. And she understands that and is really just, I will put also into the chat box this link where you can listen to her presentation. It's so powerful. She's just really on it. So please plan on coming. Okay, here it is. I'm doing about 4 things at once here.
Yeah, Charlotte says she is seriously speaking truth to power. That's her comment in the chat.
That's right. So in the Zoom room, I just put the link to a YouTube channel, a video where you can see what she's doing. Everybody, please join us. I'm going to bring up Reverend Jeffrey Colbrick for a moment. Reverend Jeffrey always does a wonderful job of letting us know what's going on with Nassim Harriman and the International Space Federation. So, Reverend Jeffrey, I'm going to the website. What's happening that you want us to know about?
Oh my God. Of course, first of all, this is my favorite type. This is amazing. you know, everything you heard here tonight actually can be described by science. And that's what we're doing. All this esoteric, all this spiritual experience, there's underlying understanding that's deep in science. Now, what's happening, we have a brand new, the paper, which has been, we've been anticipating, is now out there. You know, to have a deeper understanding of what the reality is that allows for us to understand everything that we've heard tonight is extremely important. But even more so, to have an understanding of exactly how these UFOs operate. I mean, this was going to be a huge breakthrough, that the unidentified area phenomena, they're there, they're physical, and science is confused as to how that is actually done. But we have done in our paper, Origin of Mass and the Nature of Gravity, shown exactly how they function. How do these UFOs actually operate? And now we're looking at bringing out the science, which is basically 0-point energy. And that's exactly what we're tapping into. Everything you've heard tonight is tapping into that same field or energy. And I'm so impressed with everybody here. It's just been such a wonderful show. And, but we're confident, very confident that we're going to be bringing sustainable over unity solutions for gravity control and energy to what we're doing. Now, as you see here on the, there's opportunities here, because I think this is one of the most important things to do. We have I love Marianne Williamson. We're trying to do all these things, but unless we come up with a new source of energy, new way of doing things technologically, we're going to be suffering this change much more. If we can tap into this field that we're all been talking about tonight and draw out that energy to be offered to the world, it's going to make our connection. And by the way, I'm actually thinking that, we have our star beings and they're looking at what we're doing here and they're seeing this. And I think that when they see that we are now advancing, not only consciously, but we're actually with this consciousness being able to understand the nature of the science of the reality of the universe, it's going to be easier to make that connection between the star beings, because we're going to be bringing our science up to what they have, because that's how they're here in form. I mean, yes, it's a combination, it's the combination of the technology and the consciousness raising that allows us to be able to do this. What else did by the way, they do have, as you saw, go to the website. It's very simple. But if people that are investors can invest and have a opportunity to a perpetual bonds that they can invest, because the technology costs a lot of money. But I'm not talking, so those that are really deep investors, people who want to see, have the ability to do that, finally can do that. But also there's a membership. You can join this incredible community. And I'll tell you, it's not just scientists. There's a lot of beautiful esoteric people like we've heard tonight. And we get together, we do breakout groups, and we get Q&As going on. And it's only $20 a month to join the International Space Federation and be part of this incredible, amazing community. And it's something that I'm so honored to be part of it, as I have here, and to be able to bring this and talk a little bit about tonight, Scott, and community and the tribe. I feel so happy to be able to bring this to us tonight. Well, and there was one thing, I wanted to just kind of close with, and that is, fear is not the opposite from love. Fear is the blockage from love. And I feel like what's happening by bringing out and understanding all of this, we're removing the fear from the human connection to the star beings, allowing the star beings' love to flow into us, and allowing humanity to bring back and let humanity send love to the star beings. So removing the fear is essential for the love to flow in this connection universe and everything.
Absolutely. Yes, you're right. And the reason, you know, we need disclosure, government, I'm going to ask the panelists this, is because that technology, that free energy, is obviously what these beings are. They're not filling up their gas tank to get here from wherever they're coming from. That will free us, and we'll have a whole different economy, a whole different sense of culture, technology. It'll be the change we're looking for. But right now, all people are coming forward so the government can know you can't keep the truth from us. But thank you, Reverend Jeffrey.
Well, the paper, by the way, I just want to go a little bit on this paper. It's been downloaded over 30,000 times. It's hitting the community. It's going to make a huge difference. It's right now, this is the paper that talks about and brings into that 0 point energy. And it's when it hits, and it is hit, the scientific community, that's going to allow our whole understanding throughout that community that's going to say, hey, these aren't weird UFO people. These are just people using this same technology that we now understand. And it's not going to be a foreign technology. It's going to be something that now will be part of the human scientific endeavor.
Well, thank you. Actually,
thank you. And we got to move forward. We are about an hour and a half over our original agenda.
Well, thank you.
Because everybody has been brilliant and sharing. So, but we still have a KES group healing to have. So we're going to need to kind of move things forward.
We'll just do a quick round or two among all the people that have left. And the first question I want to throw out is something Jeffrey brought up. They have this technology, but we're not going to understand the technology until we understand how these beings, whatever they are, think. So we need to raise our frequency. And so Serena, Douglas, John, Kathleen, and Kathy, how do we do this for the world? I mean, we're doing it, but is there a key to shifting the culture as fast as we can that you think of? We start with you, Serena, and Douglas. Okay,
I had to unmute there.
You got it.
It's not so easy as all that because of our consciousness, really. When you hear about the Vimanas, when you read about the Vimanas in the Vedic times, the more advanced past yugas, they were beings in themselves. So I often compare it to David Adair's engine that he found. And I know him really well, by the way, and he just nearly died and he's back. It's amazing. We were talking on the phone at Christmas time. But he went into, I think everyone might know the story of what happened to him when he was younger, because he was genius mind, photographic memory. He went into Area 51. They took him to show him this engine, and they didn't tell him it was ET, but he realized it was, and it could not. There's various things about it that he understood from all his work already with its rockets and everything, that it had to be built in space, and that also it was symbiotic and it was alive, and that and the consciousness and his consciousness sort of merged when he was inside the engine. And that is how the Vimanas are. They were, if someone was meditating on a ship that they wanted, there's a story about Kadama Muni in the Vedic teachings, that he manifested the Vimana for his wife, to take his wife around the universe by his consciousness, by seeing it in his mind first and it related to him and came to him. So that these really advanced ships that the ETs are traveling in, that really spiritual, more advanced ETs, the ships are also alive and they're related to the pilot. They're connected with the pilot. So it's not really something you can just make with our technology or even our small brain at the moment. So really we have to raise our consciousness before we can think about these kinds of craft.
Right. Douglas, are you? Yeah.
I can just add something really quick. I think the most important aspect of what you're talking about, how do we raise our frequency so that we are more compatible with individuals who are functioning on that higher frequency? For me, my experience, that's all I can go by, is that I have had a lot of past associations that have created what you would call blocks, what you would call negative aberrations within my own psychic body. Learning how to be aware and learning that there are agencies that are willing to help me to heal myself of those blocks, of those negative elements, which are, in a sense, it's like an anchor. So they're keeping me held into a lower frequency. And so as I'm able to heal myself and understand where that negative influence is coming from, then I can raise my frequency and slough it off in a sense.
That's great. That's
being able to give of self.
No, that's a great answer. How about you, Kathy? What do you think is the best way for the world and individuals? I mean, yes, getting rid of our negative blocks, but what's your formula for helping people?
Well, I really think that community is so important, and having, like-minded people, and then also, inviting people in that are also open to these experiences or just really want to dip their toe in a little bit. I think that's just gonna grow. I've seen it grown over the since COVID, actually, and since we've started these Zoom groups, I've seen it grow.
No, that's great. Getting rid of your blocks, community. How about you, Kathleen? COVID?
What I think is that I go back to some ancient teachings, like the Hermetic teachings, and I think they're real important because it's not just like physical, spiritual. What they'll say is that it's all vibration, it's all consciousness, and that there's a physical and a mental and a spiritual, but that those divisions are sort of arbitrary because it's really a spectrum, and they're divided into 7 sublevels, which are divided into 7 sublevels. So we just know like the lowest level. So it's not like we're saying these beings exist in the spiritual dimension. They're like in another level of physicality, just that our physical senses cannot perceive them. But we don't even have to jump to the spiritual. We can just say they are at a higher level of physical matter, a finer level of physical matter, let's say. And then I weave into that the wonderful research done by Father Tizzo on the rainbow body and the other people who talk about light bodies, and the idea that we have these multiple bodies, and the idea that human beings at death are disappearing and turning into light. And I think that's related to some of these light beings, because we don't have to get woo-woo. There's like actual physical people who are turning their bodies into light. We can look at the incorrupt saints that their bodies don't decompose, something different's happening to their bodies. So we can look at this really from a very in a way, matter-of-fact idea that there's other levels of the physicalness that we haven't really taken into account yet. I think the science on plasma is leading us into that direction to look at other levels of physicality. But I think we can, say this body is like one of the lowest levels, and there's other higher levels. And as we raise our consciousness, we'll see it, but it's still physical. There's still like a dimensionality to it. There's still, let's say, laws of nature connected with it. So I think that's a really interesting perspective.
Well, thank you. I'll go to John Martin, who's actually living on that. I mean, John, you're singing your love, you're putting out there. That's what I see as something we can all do.
Absolutely, Alan. I think we need to embrace our own agency on what we have to offer to the universe, because each of us are so unique. And what we have to offer the universe, I think, is as valid as what they have to offer to us. And so it's, it's really a collective of all of these different perspectives that give such vibrancy to this planet, and what makes them, makes us interesting to them, and we're endlessly fascinated with them as well. So I would say, have conversations with our star family. I do it every day. Every time I walk outside, I'm talking with our star family. I hear from them, and they know when I'm challenged. If I have I'll show you, I was going through a very difficult period, and I was given this beautiful gift.
Wow.
A heart with an impact, and you can see the craft down here that's come to see me many times. And so I feel that that we all should actively speak with our star family on a daily basis. I speak with my family that have passed. I speak with them every day. I hear from them. I feel them. I had a friend pass, actually, and we had a wake for him, and I saw him in his light body. He went from the floor right through the ceiling because he was excited that we were all there to see him. So absolutely, the light body is where we all will be eventually. But embrace what you have to offer with the universe. That's what I would say, Alan.
Wow, beautiful. You're sort of living there. You're bridging those dimensions. Okay, one quick final question, Scott. I just want to, we have time for just, let's start with Serena.
Yes, and
Go ahead.
what I would like to ask is everybody to give their final thought, like whatever each person's final thought is. And I want to read a couple comments from our wonderful loyal viewers that are still with us at 9:30 tonight. Dana Tomasino writes, the next step in raising consciousness for humanity is really learning how to manage and utilize our emotional energy. This involves drawing on heart intelligence to move beyond conditioned ego-based reactions and patterns and learning how to access and act on the larger awareness of our higher self. So thank you for that. George reminds us that our beloved Trin Ray are both immortalists, having spent time with Babaji, who's an immortal yogi. Sanandaji spent time with him in the Himalayas. And so again, more and more people are coming in and showing us what's possible. And certainly the Twin Ray are a beautiful example of that have been on this show many, many times. I actually was texting with them earlier today, and I'll be seeing them tomorrow. I'm here in Ashland, and they're leading a small event tomorrow for some of us. So we're very blessed to have so many more teachers coming in, and so many of us, just us normal human beings, having these awakening experiences. So
right. So let's go to final thoughts, and this one quick question, which is, we could start with Serena and Douglas, which is, give us your final thoughts, and also a quick answer about how the future looks when this integration to the 50, the ETs, whatever you want to call them, really come into our world.
That's a lot. My final thought is do something good for someone each day, a person, either a human person or an animal person each day. And because you can change their life, even if you can't change everyone in the world, you can change for one person, help one person's world change. And I think that this year is important in the big change for more recognition about extraterrestrials and UFOs and higher beings, because astrologically there's a conjunction of Jupiter and Uranus. And whether, and I'm a Vedic astrologer, it doesn't matter whether you're Vedic or tropical, that's what's happening. And it's in April. And I think it's a very positive change, particularly because of the constellation it's in, that we could have disclosure. So I think this will help everyone to start thinking in a wider, bigger terms, and possibly evolving more. Because it's also highly a spiritual conjunction. There could be sudden understandings and realizations. So that's something that I hope will happen this year.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I would just add as the last few words is we just need to become educated into a greater perspective of who we truly are as spiritual beings in relationship to what most people are terrified of, which is death, and that death is not the end of anything. I've had so many different experiences that have validated to me that we are all going to go through that experience. It's just a change from one dimension to another. Our memories of different experiences will come back to us. It'll be like waking up into a dream, and it's just a transition. And the fears are things that we have to overcome. And it's not easy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Douglas. Check out Douglas's work and Serena at the Conscious Life Expo. Kathy, Chappie, what's your final words and vision?
Oh, well, I just, what comes to mind is doing inner healing work is so important, because when we work on ourselves, when we heal our own traumas and our own, past, we are actually working with the collective. And then also the other thing that I feel is really important, that has really worked tremendously in my life, is getting in touch with my own higher self and really trusting what I'm getting, and just having a connection to the divine every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, thanks so much for being here, Kathy. Kathleen, how about you? Your visions and words.
Well, I love that we all came together to talk about our galactic family, and so much time has been spent on saying it's about raising our consciousness, getting to know who we really are. And I think that's their message. It's like they're showing us the way, they're showing us what's possible. And then we say, hey, if they can do that, can I do that? And it's opening us up to, yeah, we can be that. We can be that being of light. We can be that person who communicates on a telepathic level. We can be a person who exists in multiple realms at once. I think that's wonderful that so many people have expressed that tonight. And I thank you all for that.
Thanks for being here. Okay, John Martin, your final words and visions for the future.
I say stay the course. Keep doing what you're doing. Have faith in yourself. Know that it's a noble mission that each of us are on in this lifetime. And I see a beautiful future for the planet. And this exact type work is what's going to make that happen. And thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you, John. I say we all have to share our deepest mystical experiences and believe that reality. And the more of us that share that, the more other people will be brave enough and share what's happening to them. And we will create that multidimensional awareness in human culture. It'll be common knowledge, self-evident. But thank you, Scott. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Scott, what else we got going?
Well, I'm going to read a few final comments that have come in from our audience. I'm going to ask John Martin to get out his guitar. And John, if you feel comfortable, you can even start playing underneath me. But before that, is there anything, Alan, you want to promote about new realities or making contact?
Yes, I'm really glad you asked that. There's this amazing conference here in Sedona that's coming up March 8th to the 10th, and we're going to have people, there it is, Linda Moulton Howe, Daryl Anka Bashar, Anita Morjani, William Henry, Matt Kahn, JJ and Desiree Hurtak, and so many other incredible people. Vivian Chavez is going to be there. So that, besides the Conscious Life Expo in February 9th to the 12th, are things I'm really promoting and really excited about the community coming together. I'm actually hosting this. I'm one of the on stage doing the introductions for this Sedona Ascension Retreats. And Sedona, if you've never been there, if you have, it's the place that holds the frequency of the higher energies. And that's why more people are moving there. But it's going to be a fantastic gathering. I recommend. We're going to do a CE5 after the conference. We're all going to go out into the desert. And maybe you could come, John. We're going to call these ships in, and people will see for themselves what's possible. And of course, you can get my book on Amazon, Making Contact, where I kind of go through a whole variety of what's possible. I'm going to put that in the chat. And I'm always thinking about this subject because it is the turning point in history, in human civilization. This moment we are in is going to make a difference in the long term. We've never come to this moment as a collective world population where we're all very connected and we can see the other realities and bring them in. And I think that, I mean, it's idealistic, but could be the end of war, could be a time of prosperity and abundance for everyone on the planet. That's my hope. And I know that's possible. Imagine, just imagine. Thanks, Scott, for welcoming me as a co-host. And it's always fun. Let's do it again.
We certainly will. We definitely will. You and I will do many shows together. Good Lord granting. I love you, Alan. Love you very much. Thank you. It's good to have an old friend there. And thanks for your generosity. And what a dedication. This is what you do three times a week for the past 3 years, right? 4 years in April. Will be 4 full years completed in April. We're going to have to do a big celebration anniversary
April 13th.
Party. Yeah, we're going to have a big show on Saturday night, April 13th. Will be our 4-year anniversary party. Please plan on being here for that, Alan.
I will. Thanks so much, everyone. Everyone, the audience is so great, and everyone watching on the YouTube channel, my YouTube channel, New Realities. If you want to see more of my interviews, go to New Realities or youtube.com/New Realities, and my website, newrealities.com, and my book. And thanks, and we'll be in touch, everyone. Thank you, Alan. And that's New Realities. Go to YouTube, go to New Realities. He's got so many wonderful shows. The other day, I actually listened to his interview with Raquel Spring, even though we had just had Raquel on the show a few weeks ago, and wonderful conversation. And again, if you just want to get an update of what's going on astrologically, go to his New Realities YouTube channel and listen to what he and Raquel have to say about our current astrology. All right, I'm going to read a few comments from our audience. And really, you are who this show is for. Ayada writes, I appreciate this group setting where we can approach and traverse this new territory together. Honest and open discussion, listening to each other's stories, learning from each other. This is powerful. I learn so much every time we have a show based on extraterrestrial life. So much has been demystified over the last 3 to 4 years that Scott's been sharing the platform. So many questions answered for me. Thank you, Ayada. That's why we do it. Dr. Laura encouraging people to come to Chicago. And she has said a few times, I don't want government disclosure. I want direct contact. So may you have that, dear Dr. Laura. Dorina Joy writes, direct contacts with extra-dimensional beings and massive international disclosures of very advanced technologies and free energies are inevitable. Coming soon, not only individually, but collectively from the Galactic Federation, our universal brothers and sisters of light and beyond. I agree, Doreen. I believe that's going to happen very, very, very soon. Few more comments that I knew. Eleanor Joy writes, dealing with and loving our wounded inner children. Absolutely. You know, as we raise our consciousness, we need to keep loving all parts of self, including our inner child. And Tiara writes, when the bizarre becomes normal, the normal becomes bizarre. I think those are the main ones. I apologize if I missed anybody.
But my closing thought, and you've heard me say this before, it's a dream world. It's a dream world. And we're all having this incredible dream, and our individual dreams intersect with collective group consensus reality. But ultimately, how we see it, remember what Geraldine was saying about epigenetics, about how we imagine it. Let's all just be as conscious as we can of in choosing to release the veils of fear, as Reverend Jeffrey talked about, so that we can see the world through love. Practicing seeing the divine in all, practicing seeing the divine in ourselves, just opening ourselves to the miracles of this incredible time of life. And I'm going to turn it over to beloved John Martin to play a little bit of music, and then we will conclude with a KES group healing. Thank you so much to Rosemary Swanson for waiting so long and being with us for the whole show. And John, your music is the perfect transition.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you so much, John. I just love you so much.
I love you, Scott. Thank you for having me tonight. It's such a great honor.
What a beautiful community, global tribe coming together. We're all blessed to be such a part of. Thank you. And we still have a little bit more. We conclude every Saturday night now with a KES group healing experience. Coming back again is Rosemary Swanson. And Rosemary, you've been with us the whole night since 5:30 when we gathered over 4 hours ago for our presenters meeting. And I hope you've enjoyed tonight's show.
I have. It's been wonderful. It's always been a subject I've been very interested in, and have had many experiences of my own. So yes, I loved it.
Anything you can share with us tonight, given that we've all been kind of sharing a little bit?
Sure, if you don't mind me doing a quick, if I can, a screen share.
Yeah, please.
Oh, it's, all right, let's see. The picture on the right is taken in Egypt in 2007. I went with Tom Kenyon, and if you see, there are orbs all through the picture.
Yeah.
And we learned through Tom how to chant to call the orbs forth, which was just absolutely amazing. And then this one here is of a friend's dog, and there's two orbs. There's a small one here, but this golden one.
Rosemary, we're only seeing the one photo. We're seeing the Egypt photo, but we're not seeing a second photo.
Okay, let's see if I can get rid of the Egypt photo.
And that is an amazing number of orbs in that room. Wow.
All right. All right. Can you see it now?
Nope, still just the Egypt photo.
Okay.
Try closing and starting again.
Okay. Let's get rid of that. Here we go. There you go.
So now we see the dog.
All right. So you see there's a small white one here, and if you look, you can see the variation in it. But the really amazing one is the golden one down here in the corner.
Wow.
If you can see it clear, you can actually see the sacred geometry within it and the dynamics of it. My friend that I went to this cabin in North Carolina, she is absolutely fascinated with ETs, and she's the one that got me into it. And we have actually communicated with some of the ETs. I don't know if you're familiar with the fact that I work in the Akashic Records. And through working in the Akashic Records, I'm able to change my vibrational frequency to where I can raise it to the point of communicating. And so I was fortunate enough to actually see a mothership and a pod come from the mothership and land, and had the experience of the ETs coming out and talking with us. So.
Wow.
So it's pretty amazing. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know any of that when I booked you for tonight's show. So that's kind of remarkable timing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is indeed.
Wow.
Yes, I love the topic. I'm very fascinated with it.
Wow. Well, how perfect. And, thank you for being with us all night and then being willing to kind of lead us into tonight's experience.
Yes.
And for people that are new, because we're still going out over all the Facebook groups and pages, please explain to people a little bit about what KES healing is and what people are going to experience.
Okay. We call it KES for short. It's the Christic energy, the Christ energy that we work with. It's Sananda G and Shekinah Ma, who are twin ray masters, brought this system from the future to us so that we can go through and systematically, in the absolute most thoroughest way, of clearing the body on many different levels. You do physical, you do light, you do oversouls, you do monadic. It just covers it all. So it's very fascinating. And we work with rays of light in order to amplify the clearing as well. So it's very powerful. What to expect, the unexpected. Just let it be whatever it is. You may feel nothing, you may feel a lot. It just depends on how open and receptive you are. I think we talked about that last time. A lot of this has to do with how open you are. Are you willing to receive? I heard a lot tonight about we want to clear ourselves so we can raise our vibrational frequency. And it's true in my studies in the quantum physics, that's what it's really all about. It's about letting go of the illusions of this life, the third dimension, so that we can move into the higher realms. So we can accept the fact that a statement such as, I am energy, that fluctuates with frequencies. I'm not my mind, I'm not my body, I'm not my thoughts, right? So this is about clearing ourselves up so that we can obtain the fourth and fifth levels of consciousness or above, because there is more than what we think we know. So that's what this is all about. So I invite you to, I'll take you through a brief breathing exercise to move you into becoming relaxed, and then we'll go from there. So just enjoy, and I'll call you back when it's finished.
Rosemary, would you like any music during this time?
I would love music during this time. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it.
Just let me know. Yeah.
I will do some talking, but not a lot. Interestingly enough, what came up tonight for the group was to remove the fears of the unknown. So we will begin. Thank you. Opening up your field. You take a deep breath, breathing in through your third eye. Breathing in whatever color that nurtures you. Breathing it in through the brain, down the spinal column. Breathing out the color purple. We're going to do that 3 times. Breathing in through the ajna, through the brain, the spinal column. Breathing out the color purple, the violet flame, purifying. Breathing in for the 3rd time through the ajna, the brain, down the brain stems, through the spinal column, breathing out the color purple. And then we're going to do the same thing for the heart. We're going to breathe in that color into the heart, allowing it to soften and open the heart. And breathe out the color purple. Breathing in that nurturing, loving light. Filling the heart, clearing and cleansing. As you breathe out the color purple. For the 3rd time, breathing it in. Feeling yourself letting go as you breathe out that color purple. And then our last place of focus is going to be the abdominal area. I want you to breathe in the rainbow light this time. Just breathe the rainbow light in, allow it to fill the womb, the intestines, all of the organs. Breathe out the color purple. Breathe in the rainbow light again. This is coding you. I'm not my mind, I'm not my body, I'm not my thoughts. It's letting it all go. Breathing out the color purple. And again, breathing in the rainbow. Breathing out the color purple. And now just let your mind soften and let go. Allow whatever comes up to come up. Energy is really big. So if you'd like to start the music, that would be perfect. Clearing the chakra system. All the fears of the unknown. All those childhood wounds. All the ancestral lineage. go to clear, let go, so that we can learn to fly with the angels. Choose to let go. Sadness and fear even allow it to look away from you.
Omashar, something has gone wrong with your, I've had to mute you. There's muted, Omashar. Something very terrible is going on your sound. It was beautiful, but there's yeah, best not to come back on. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry, Marie.
Okay. So I was coming to the end, draw everything together. I'd like to give thanks to Shakina Ma and Sananda G for overlighting this session tonight. For the luminaries, the sister of the roses, and all the beings of light that have been here with us here tonight. We are so blessed. We are so loved. We are loved. Thank you. Everyone can just take their time. Just very gently bring yourself back.
Hmm. Thank you so very, very much, Rosemary. Really just so beautiful. And tell us a little bit. I'm going to go to your website, and I'd love for you to share with us a little bit about some of the wonderful work that you do, and how our audience members can benefit from your services.
Okay.
I'm pulling it up right now so you can. And of course, there's a beautiful ebook, Freedom from Failure. So I'm signing up for that right now. And thank you.
Yes.
Tell us about that first, and then about your offering.
Yes. I read. Okay. Freedom from failure. It's about healing yourself from abuse and all of the things that happen to us through our lifetime, through our childhood. I often say somebody should write a book. Why the hell did they throw away the handbook to raising a child? But maybe someday someone will. It's about partially my journey from an abusive childhood and moving from that after many years of hypnosis, Reiki, a lot of healing modalities, into surviving, and then deciding I didn't like that. I wanted to do even better, and to move beyond surviving into thriving in life, having a full life, being full of joy and having love in my life. And so that touches on that. So my background, I do hypnotherapy. I used to do Reiki. I don't so much because of the other modalities such as KES that I know. I do the Akashic Records, and the Akashic Records, for those that don't know what it is the book of life. It holds the story of your soul's journey from the illusions of the veils of forgetfulness when you go through coming into this dimension. I also make jewelry, as you can see there. This is one of my pieces. So everything I do is designed through the Akashic Records. And then I've been studying with Twin Ray for 3 years now. I have had a tremendous healing with them, with particularly Shekinah Ma in Mexico 3 years ago in January. That was extremely powerful. And from then, my journey just has escalated amazingly so. Thank you. Yes, that's my jewelry.
Gorgeous, just gorgeous. A lot of beautiful work with turquoise and gold. Oh,
Yeah, when I travel, I love to go pick up all sorts of stones, and everything is handpicked. They call to me and tell me they want me to buy them. So I love what I do. But now I'm moving into learning a lot about the quantum physics and the quantum realm, and moving the capability of changing frequencies within people and moving through things at a much deeper, quicker rate as well. And teaching people how to learn to hold that vibrational frequency that's of the 4th or 5th level of consciousness or higher. So that's it in a nutshell, I guess.
well, it's been good to get to know you on a deeper level, and how amazing about, the kind of connection to your galactic family. And we're all kind of coming together. Of course, you and I were earlier on for the Twin Ray program, which was so beautiful today with our beloved Charis.
Oh my gosh, I cried. It was just magnificent. Yeah.
It's been a special day. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for the beautiful healing. Some people are suggesting that blast that came out of the blue might have been our galactic family saying hello.
Well, I did pick up some very heavy, dense, dark energies right before that, and was using the Christic shield in order to remove it. So there you go.
There you go. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I hope you'll come back again, maybe sometime in March, because you do a beautiful job, and it's wonderful to have you becoming part of our Global Peace Tribe family.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Scott. And I love listening to everyone tonight. Thank you, each and every one of you. I'm deeply touched.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Well, it's been quite an evening, hasn't it? I sure look forward to seeing all of you. Bring your pets on Wednesday night to get some readings for them. And definitely please plan on joining us for this very special event a week from tomorrow, Marianne Williamson, February 4th. All right. I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go to gallery view for those of you that are still with us, that still have their cameras on one last time. And I look forward to it. Oh, Mashar, thank you so much, brother. I love you so much. And we'll see all of you on Wednesday night, if not before. And remember our meditations every night, Twin Ray meditation every night at 6:30 p.m. Diara does a beautiful one on Sunday nights. So she'll be doing Sunday night. I'll be doing Monday night. So hopefully we'll see some of you the Twin Ray meditation at 6:30 tomorrow night. Take care, everybody.